Hey there, welcome to our Business Analytics full course by Simplilearn. Now, have you ever wondered how top companies make those smart moves that take them straight to success? The secret is business analytics. And in today's world, data isn't just numbers on screen. It's the power behind faster, smarter decisions that drive growth. And here's the exciting part. Business analysts are in huge demand right now. From tech, finance to healthcare and retail, organizations everywhere are looking for skilled professionals who can turn raw data into meaningful insights. So if you've been thinking about jumping into this fast-growing field, there's no better time than now. In this course, we'll take you on a journey from the very basics all the way to advanced techniques. You'll learn how to clean and organize messy data, build impactful reports with tools like Power BI, bring your findings to life with visuals that matter. But we won't just stop there at theory. You'll also get hands-on experience with real-world projects, learn how to prepare for job interviews, and even earn certifications that will make you stand out in the job market. And by the end of this course, you'll have the skills to guide businesses' decisions and the confidence to land your next role in business analytics. So are you ready to dive in? Let's get started now. Here's a quick information. If you are interested in becoming a skilled business analyst and want a career that blends data, decision-making, and technology, this postgraduate program in business analysis by Purdue University and Simplilearn is for you. In just 6 months, you'll master tools like Power BI, Tableau, Excel, learn AI-powered analysis using ChatGPT and Gemini, and also gain hands-on experience with real-world projects and Harvard case studies. This course is ranked among the top 5 business analysis program by Entrepreneur and comes with job assistant, resume support, and interview preparation. So whether you're looking to break into business analysis or level up your career, this industry-aligned live interactive program gives you everything you need to know to succeed. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now and you can find the course link below.
This video is going to focus on the roles and responsibilities of a business analyst. Let's start off and have a look at a day in the life of a business analyst through a small story. So meet Angela, who is working as a business analyst in an application development firm. Her firm builds applications for clients depending on their requirements. Our next character is Rob. He is a budding entrepreneur with a vision of setting up his own e-commerce app. He plans on selling several electronic gadgets like phones, laptops, cameras, etc. on his app. So what is Rob's first step? Well, he approaches Angela's firm one day with the vision of creating his e-commerce app. Angela and Rob start talking business and Angela promises to help Rob with his app creation. She assures him that she will look into his business requirements and coordinate with him to get the app running. Rob is happy about it and agrees to cooperate with Angela regarding all the business requirements from his end. Angela, as we know, is the business analyst. She starts planning Rob's project and without any delay, she embarks on this project's journey. She has a set of planned steps that will help her fulfill Rob's requirements. But what are the steps she takes? Is her approach going to be effective and quick? Let's find out the answers to these questions now. Up next, you can learn about Angela's approach that helps her deliver Rob's project smoothly and without any hassles. These steps that we are going to look at are the typical roles and responsibilities of a business analyst. Here, we will understand these roles better with respect to Angela's and Rob's story. First and foremost, Angela understands Rob's business objectives, problems, and requirements. Without understanding this, do you think Angela will be able to proceed? No. Hence, a business analyst like Angela understands the problems related to Rob's business and comes up with the right solution to achieve the goals of the business. She brainstorms around what is best suited for an e-commerce app focusing on electronic gadgets. In the next step, Angela gathers all the necessary requirements. Here, she understands Rob's requirements and makes sure that they are on the same page regarding the project and its goals. Both of them together arrive at a stipulated deadline for the project completion. She gathers relevant information based on security of the app, the payment setup, ways to login, cost of the products, and style, to name a few. Once Angela has an in-depth understanding of Rob's project and gathers all the necessary requirements, she starts allocating resources by keeping in mind the budget of the project. Here, she recognizes and allocates tasks and resources to the development team. BAs work closely with the development team to design the solution for a problem. Angela ensures that the development team doesn't spend their time understanding Rob's requirements. In this step, along with the development team, she finalizes the software and tools required to build the project. Angela doesn't rest until the project is delivered to Rob. She continuously monitors the progress and constantly provides her feedback to the development team with respect to the app's layout, design, and other features. She gives them suggestions in order to improve the application. In the next step, Angela collects feedback of the prototype version of the app from the users. She notes down if the prototype is fine or if it requires more work. BAs validate if the project is running fine with the help of user acceptance testing. They verify if the solution being worked on is in line with the requirements and ensure that the final product satisfies the user expectations. BAs also assess the functional and non-functional requirements. After collecting feedback, Angela moves to one of her most crucial duties, and that is building reports. Data visualization is a key skill for any BA. In order to gauge the performance of the app and get valuable insights from it, Angela builds reports using various data visualization tools like Tableau, Power BI, and QlikView. Reports can be general reports such as detailed reports, or it can be dashboard reports such as visualized reports with multi-dimensional analysis based on display of business indicators. It is not uncommon for issues to crop up amidst this entire process. Hence, Angela conducts regular meetings with the development team and Rob to solve problems quickly. Having these meetings will help Rob understand the status of the project, and it will also help the teams proceed in the right path. Throughout this project phase, Angela makes sure to maintain transparency. On completion of the project, Angela documents and presents the project findings to Rob. Generally, business analysts present the project outcomes to the stakeholders and clients along with maintenance reports. Angela notes down all the project learnings and details in a concise manner. This will help her take better decisions in the future, and these documents will save her time while implementing the next project. Now that she has completed all her duties and responsibilities with respect to Rob's project, she is ready to deliver the final e-commerce application to Rob for use. Rob is rest assured that the application developed by Angela's firm is apt for his business and just what he wanted. Angela's streamlined approach made it easier for the project to be delivered within the stipulated time period. Rob is happy, and I'm sure he will come back to Angela's firm for projects in the future. So those responsibilities that we saw Angela carry out are ideally the roles and responsibilities for any business analyst out there. Yes, some may vary depending on the company you work for and the project you're working on. Before winding up, let's just summarize the role of a business analyst. So firstly, we learned that a business analyst is a professional who bridges the gap between the IT and the business teams in an organization. They are part of the business operation, and they also work closely with the technology team to improve the quality of the services being delivered. They use data analytics and modern technologies to improve processes, and BAs also deliver data-driven solutions. As seen in Angela's story, she made sure that Rob's requirements were clearly understood and fulfilled. BAs ensured that the client's needs are converted rightly into the final project. Comprehending customer needs and interpreting them rightly holds paramount importance in the life of a business analyst. Angela wouldn't have been able to perform her duties without holding a rich skill set. BAs must know Excel, SQL, and should have BI skills to accomplish all their duties smoothly. Not to forget, a fair amount of programming knowledge is beneficial for business analysts.
It is no surprise that business analytics and business intelligence are two of the fastest growing markets in the world. Organizations today are generating data at a rapid rate. There is a need to use this business data and make smarter decisions. Companies are looking for methods and tools to turn business data into actionable insights. This is where business analytics and intelligence can help play a critical role. Business analytics is the process of collecting, analyzing, and drawing valuable conclusions from vast volumes of data available. It helps to improve business performance through fact-based decision making. On the other hand, business intelligence, or BI, is a technology that enables data preparation, data mining, data management, and data visualization. It allows you to analyze data with queries and create reports and dashboards with the help of charts and graphs to be used by business leaders. Business analytics and business intelligence together create capabilities for companies to compete in the market effectively. Consider this example. Suppose you sell homemade chocolates through an online store. Business intelligence provides meaningful insights into the past and current state of your business. BI tells you that sales of your milk chocolate have spiked up in Texas the past 2 weeks. So you decide to manufacture more milk chocolates to keep up with demand. Business analytics asks, Why did sales of milk chocolate spike up in Texas? By scrutinizing your website data, you learned that most traffic has come from a post by a food blogger based in Texas who liked your milk chocolate. This insight helps you decide to send complimentary chocolates to a few other well-known food bloggers throughout the United States. Using cutting-edge business analytics and intelligence tools such as Microsoft Excel, SQL, Power BI and Tableau can enhance customer experience, improve efficiency, conduct competitor analysis and accelerate growth.
First of all, let's understand what business process management is. Business process management, or BPM, is an organizational discipline in which a firm examines all of the operation processes collectively and individually. Through this assessment, companies aim to identify areas of improvement to create a more efficient and effective business environment. In simple terms, business process management is all about optimizing and improving companies' business processes that serve customers and eventually bring the pile of revenue. BPM is vast discipline that by definition is dynamic given the continually changing organization roles, regulations, method, corporate goals and other factors it contains. BPM has evolved with time to accept a wide range of optimization approaches from Six Sigma and lean management to agile. We'll discover these approaches in depth on some other day. First, let's dive deep into the details of BPM. If we break down nuts and bolts of business process management, you'll find out three key factors. The first one is, of course, business processes. The second one will be the set of inputs. And the third one will be the output retrieved after processing presented inputs. For example, consider the bank loan application process. Here, the customer will supply an electronic application form via the bank's website to receive the desired loan plan. Let's say a home loan in this case. Initially, the input provided by the customer will go into the loan application process. Now, the loan process is not one small process. There are multiple operations and regulations involved in it, such as credit checkups, quality control, loan management, underwriting, etc. All these tasks are cumulatively considered as business processes. As mentioned earlier, all these processes will start once the customer provides some sort of input. In this case, it is an electronic application, which will be forwarded to the salesperson by bank's IT team. By evaluating the submitted electronic application, a salesperson will formulate the list of loan products in order to present them to the customer. But if a customer is interested in some specific banking product, for instance, home loan, in such a case, the salesperson will provide customer details about home loan. A home loan has certain eligibility criteria which customer will have to fulfill. So salesperson will ask for set of documents such as ID proof, income source or salary slip, property documents, etc. This initial phase of loan application is also known as pre-qualification process. In the next phase, the administrative team will evaluate all the documents submitted by the customer and forward them to the credit analysis team. At this point, the credit department receives the application, and the first step is to analyze it for accuracy, genuineness, and completeness. If all the needed fields are not filled out, the application will be returned to the borrower or credit analyst, who will contact the borrower to get the missing information. The credit team uses the loan origination system to determine a borrower's credit worthiness. A good LOS will help a lender bank set up workflows to process a loan. It may automatically flag files that have missing needed fields, return them to the borrower, and tell the sales department that they need to be reworked. To manage this tech, a new Department of Information and Technology will also come into play. This particular step of application evaluation is also known as underwriting process. In the next phase, the credit decisions are made. If customer fulfills all required criteria, the application will be approved, or if the customer lacks somewhere, the application will be rejected. In the next phase, quality assurance will be achieved. Because lending is highly regulated business, banks rely heavily on the quality check stage of loan origination process. The application is routed to the quality assurance team, which compares crucial variables to internal and external standards and regulations. This is the final step of loan procedure before it is submitted for funding. Now consider all these processes altogether. Each process works on feedback of other process or some new input. Hence, managing every input and process can increase the speed of business operation by removing internal miscommunications, service delays, customer complaints, etc. And BPM is the field of management that exactly works towards achieving that. In short, to define it in more simple terms, I would say BPM is all about managing multiple input streams and intercommunication of business processes to generate desired business outcome within the least amount of time possible. This BPM comprises of three main pillars: people, processes, and technology. All three aspects are required to work hand in hand for a BPM project to be successful. The business process needs to be fit for purpose and actually satisfy the demand for all the stakeholders. Having said that, let's discover the life cycle of business process management. Technology and management both are crucial factors for BPM. So the life cycle commences the collaboration of both with five standard steps. The first one is design. Then we have model, implement, monitor, and finally optimize. A large team of IT and management experts is required to construct the BPM project. The management team will study related set of business processes in great detail and then try to redesign it with the objective of optimizing it so that it becomes more purpose oriented. All of this happens during the design phase of the project. Here, all the processes are carefully designed to be as straightforward as possible by making use of standardization and IT automation. That is why this phase can be completed in a shorter period of time. Next, we have as a modeling phase. During this phase, the process gets documented in the form of an activity model. It allows experts to simulate the system's behavior and try out different scenarios through a what if approach. Once the process is approved by higher management by looking at the modeling and simulation sheet, it is then executed and deployed over the information system. This phase of business process management is known as implementation phase. Here, if management finds out some discrepancy, the corrections can be made by employing standard methods and automation. The fourth phase of BPM is monitoring. In this phase, the performance of business process is monitored to see if anything goes wrong. If any problem occurs during the monitoring phase, it will be further optimized in the next phase of business process management. This phase is known as optimization. Often, this phase remains continuously under the run since the good BPM always improves its business processes on an ongoing basis. Moving ahead, let's talk about the benefits of business process management. The first benefit is increased visibility of business processes. A good BPM implementation will increase the visibility of bank's activities, making it easy to monitor and control the critical business processes of the bank. BPM also provides management increased ability to identify bottlenecks. In simple words, a process bottleneck is a work stage that gets more work request than it can process at its maximum throughput capacity. An example of a short-term bottleneck would be a skilled employee taking a few days off. If this occurs, planned operations will not be done on time, leading to the drift in business performance. The other type of bottleneck would be a long-term bottleneck. It occurs all the time and can significantly slow down production. An example of long-term bottleneck is when a machine is not efficient enough and as a result has a long queue. BPM can help companies make improvements and reassign resources to meet customer demands by identifying these bottlenecks. The next benefit of BPM is reduced lead time. By controlling all business processes altogether and monitoring each process in a silo, BPM increases the accuracy and speed of business operations. For example, the loan application process that could have taken months can now be finished within weeks because of controlled process handling by BPM. This increased efficiency allows banks to convert leads into potential customers with no time. So definitely, this is the hottest benefit that BPM has to offer. The next benefit is a clear definition of employee roles. A good BPM ensures planning optimum roles and duties for the teams as well as employees, since people resources is also the important factor BPM aims to manage. The The BPM system prevents unfortunate situations where a customer who phoned to inquire about a loan application is transferred from one individual to the next and next, with all of them saying, "Sorry, it's not my decision to make, but let me transfer you to the person who deals with it." BPM enables a cross-functional approach to avoid this scenario, so the work is automatically moved from one desk to the another without any need for manual intervention. The sixth benefit is unified systems and operations. Since in BPM no process remains in a silo by itself, all processes come closer to each other, making business a complete unified system. The last benefit on our list is expanded growth potential. As discussed earlier, a successful BPM increases customer happiness and lead conversion, which directly increases a company's revenue and market value.
So let's start with a little story. Meet John. John works at a company and is always overwhelmed by all the data terms his colleagues use during meetings. So words like KPIs, data warehouse, and analytics were thrown around, and John often felt lost. He knew understanding these terms was crucial for his career growth, so he decided to dive into learning about business intelligence. John started by learning what business intelligence actually means. He discovered that BI involves strategies and technologies that help companies analyze and manage their data. For example, if he worked at Spotify, BI could tell him which songs are getting the most plays, when people listen the most, and even predict the next big hit. This realization made John see how powerful BI could be for making informed business decisions. Alright, so let's dive in and let's understand what business intelligence actually is. Imagine you are running a popular ice cream shop, and business intelligence is like having a super smart helper that tells you everything about your business. Cool, right? So, what exactly is business intelligence? It's all the tricks and tools companies use to understand their data better. It helps them make smart choices based on facts, not just guesses. For example, let's say you use a tool like Power BI in your ice cream shop. It might show you which flavors sell the most on hot days, what time your shop is busiest, and which toppings are most popular with kids. This info helps you make smart decisions like stocking up on popular flavors or hiring extra staff for busy times. Business intelligence is super important because it turns boring numbers into useful information that helps businesses grow and succeed. It's like having X-ray vision for your company. Next, let's talk about data visualization. So data visualization is the graphical representation of information and data. By using visual elements like charts, graphs, and maps, data visualization tools provide an accessible way to see and understand trends, outliers, and patterns in data. For example, a bar chart showing the most popular pizza toppings in a delivery app. This is crucial for presenting data in an easy to understand format. Moving on, we have analytics. So analytics involves the systematic computational analysis of data. For example, using analytics to understand which times of day are busiest for a pizza delivery app. This term is important because it helps in making sense of large amounts of data and aids in decision making. Next up is KPI, that is key performance indicator. So a KPI is a measurable value that demonstrates how effectively a company is achieving key business objectives. For example, tracking the number of pizzas sold each month as a KPI to measure business performance. KPIs are essential for measuring performance and progress towards strategic goals. Now let's discuss data warehouse. So a data warehouse is a centralized repository for storing large volumes of structured data from multiple sources. For example, storing customer data from different gym branches in one place for analysis. It is used for reporting and data analysis and is a core component of business intelligence. Data warehouses are important for consolidating data from different sources and making it available for analysis. Next, we have database. So database is an organized collection of data generally stored and accessed electronically from a computer system. For example, a database storing member records for a gym. Databases are foundational for storing and managing data efficiently and are critical for any business intelligence processes. Moving forward, let's introduce data mining. So data mining is the process of discovering patterns and knowledge from large amounts of data. For example, A gym analyzing member attendance to identify the most popular class times. Data mining is important for extracting useful information from large data sets. Next, let's talk about dashboard. So dashboard is a business intelligence tool that allows users to track key metrics and KPIs. For example, a dashboard for a gym showing daily attendance, most used equipment, and membership growth. It provides a visual representation of data and helps in monitoring performance at a glance. Dashboards are crucial for real-time data monitoring and decision making. Next up is reporting. Reporting refers to the process of organizing data into informational summaries to monitor how different areas of a business are performing. For example, a monthly financial report summarizing income and expenses for a gym. Reports are essential for tracking progress, identifying trends, and making informed decisions. Finally, let's discuss SQL, that is, Structured Query Language. So, SQL is a standard programming language for managing and manipulating databases. For example, writing an SQL query to retrieve all gym members who joined last month. It is used to query, insert, update, and modify data. SQL is fundamental for anyone working with databases and business intelligence tools. Remember, whether you are running a multi-million-dollar corporation or a neighborhood lemonade stand, these BI tools and concepts can help you make smarter decisions and grow your business. They turn raw data into valuable insights, helping you understand your customer better, optimize your operations, and stay ahead of the competition. So with that, guys, we have come to the end of this session. I hope this video has helped demystify some key business intelligence terms for you. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more business and tech insights. If you have questions about BI or want to share your opinion, you can comment down in the comment section below.
Business analyst skills are a combination of technical as well as non-technical skills, often referred to as soft skills. The skills for a business analyst are not only acquired through training, but through experience and combined with the ability to understand situations and the motive behind the problem. So let's have a look at the top skills to become a successful business analyst.
The first skill we have is understanding the business objective. For a business analyst, it is important to know the goals and objectives of the business. It is advised that business analysts should have a good knowledge of the business operations in his or her organization. A business analyst should understand the problems related to the business and come up with the right solution. Business analysts should resolve the problems that have been identified and not avoid them. They work on individual actions and tasks that will build towards the achievement of the goals of the business. Objectives of the business can be to expand customer base in order to increase sales, scale up production so that it is in line with the revenue growth, improve revenue streams through increasing perceived product value, or increasing marketing budget according to the revenue. Business analysts should have the natural curiosity and determination to continue learning and figuring out how things fit together. Even as business analysts become managers, it is important to stay in touch with the industry and its changes. The next important skill a business analyst should have is analytical and critical thinking. Now there is a famous quote by Thomas Alva Edison which says, 5% of the people think, 10% of the people think they think, and the other 85% would rather die than think. Business analysts are paid to think. A business analyst should be able to analyze and interpret the client's requirements clearly. Business analysts require good focus in order to collect and understand the needs of the client. Critical thinking involves evaluating several options before arriving at the desired solution. In certain situations, a stakeholder may give a requirement that's not necessarily tied up to any business value, but rather to their own increased convenience. Applying critical thinking demands not taking all the statements of the stakeholders for granted. Critical thinking allows the business analyst to distinguish between requirements that add value to the business and those that should be given a low priority. A business analyst must be creative in order to reach stated goals where resources are limited and the conditions are non-ideal. The third important skill for a business analyst is communication and interpersonal skills. Understanding and being properly understood is key to any profession. If you are unable to clearly specify and communicate requirements to any stakeholder, then you may not fully understand the requirements yourself. Being a business analyst is like being multilingual. You have to speak several different languages while conveying the same message. Business analysts apply communication skills at every point. They use communication and interpersonal skills when the project is launched, while gathering requirements, when collaborating with stakeholders, and also while validating the final solution. Listening, reading and writing skills are very critical for a business analyst. They should be capable of facilitating meetings. Business analysts use verbal and written communication to convey ideas, concepts, facts and opinions to a variety of stakeholders. Non-verbal communication skills enable the effective sending and receiving of messages, but not limited to body movement, posture, facial expressions, gestures, and eye contact. Effective listening allows the business analyst to accurately understand information that is being communicated verbally. Fourth in our list of skills, we have negotiation and cost-benefit analysis. Being a successful business analyst requires working with and interacting with many people. These people include clients, business leaders, project team members, project stakeholders, vendors, private sector representatives, industry leaders, and so forth. Business analysts negotiate at every turn during the course of a project. At the initial stage of a project, negotiation skills are used to determine what should be included in the vision of the project. As details emerge, negotiation skills are used by all parties involved to determine which requests become requirements and which requirements have higher priority. As the project progresses, negotiation skills help to determine the functional design which fulfill the requirements. Technical decisions also require negotiation skills. Business analysts also perform cost-benefit analysis to conduct an assessment of the benefits and costs anticipated in a project. When organizations undertake new projects, it is advisable for business analysts that they use cost-benefit analysis to establish whether such projects should be embarked or not. Business analysts should be able to achieve a profitable outcome for your company while finding a solution for the client that makes them happy. This balancing act demands the ability to influence a mutual solution and maintain professional relationship. Up next, we have our fifth skill, that is decision making. The quality of decisions made by business analysts is what matters a lot because it has a direct impact on the company's business. Thus, it is important for every business analyst to think from all aspects before presenting their decision or strategy. They must be having good problem-solving skills as well. Business analysts should have a knack to think out of the box and find a solution to problems. Majorly, a business analyst follows 5 major steps while making a decision. These steps are: define the problem, find and define the alternative approaches, evaluate the alternative approaches, make the decision based on these approaches and test, and finally implement the solution. While some may argue that the technical team is responsible for designing the solution, the business analyst still remains instrumental in ensuring that the design conforms to the requirements that have been approved. Now that we have reached halfway through the skills, I would like to ask all our viewers to please subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Moving on, we have another really important business analyst skill, that is idea about programming languages. Business analysts should have a good hands-on programming knowledge for performing better and faster analysis of data. Knowledge of R and Python is highly beneficial. Business analysts can help solve complex problems by writing efficient codes. Both R and Python have a vast collection of libraries and packages for data manipulation, data wrangling, data visualization, and data analytics. Some of these libraries are NumPy, Pandas, dplyr, tidyr, ggplot, and matplotlib. In addition to these, it is good to understand statistical software like SAS and SPSS. Using these programming languages such as Python, R, and SAS, you can analyze and visualize large datasets as well as create machine learning models for making future business predictions. The seventh skill in our list is creation of reports and dashboards. Now, business analysts should be proficient in using various business intelligence tools for creating reports and dashboards. Reports created by business analysts can be general reports such as detailed report, grouped report, cross-tab report, column report, query report, data entry report, etc. Or it can be dashboard reports such as visualized report with multi-dimensional analysis based on display of business indicators. Dashboard reports are developed by business analysts to solve business decision-making problems. Different from the tabular interface of the general report, the dashboard report adopts the canvas-like operation interface. Knowledge of Tableau, Power BI, and ClickView are required to make different types of reports depending on the business requirements. Now the eighth skill in our list of skills is database and SQL. Business analysts often work with data that is structured in nature. Hence, to store and process this data, they should have knowledge of relational databases such as Microsoft SQL Server, Oracle Database, MySQL Database, as well as NoSQL databases. Also, having hands-on experience with SQL is a must for a business analyst to access, retrieve, manipulate, and analyze data. So they should be able to write data definition and data manipulation commands such as create, update, delete, and insert. Microsoft Excel is the ninth skill in our list. Excel is one of the oldest and most popular and powerful analytics and reporting tool used in the industries for working with data. Business analysts use Excel to perform various calculations, budget analysis, and data analysis to derive meaningful insights and take decisions. They sort, filter, and create pivot tables to summarize the data. Business analysts can also create different charts and graphs using Excel to generate dynamic reports related to a business problem. Business analysts can use Excel to create revenue growth models for new products based on new customer forecasts. When planning an editorial calendar for a website, business analysts can list out dates and topics in a spreadsheet. When creating a budget for a small product, they can list expense categories in a spreadsheet, update it monthly, and create a chart to show how close the product is to budget across each category. Business analysts can calculate customer discounts based on monthly purchase volume by product. They can even summarize customer revenue by product to find areas where to build strong customer relationships. And finally, in the list of skills we have documentation and presentation. You could have all the industry experience in the world, but if it's paired with poor business analyst practices, you could be more of a risk to the organization than a business analyst with no industry experience at all. A business analyst must be able to document their project learnings and results in a concise and compact form. They should also be confident about presenting their findings and conclusions in front of the stakeholders and clients. Organized documentation will help you communicate technical concepts to non-technical employees. It is important that a business analyst notes down all the details that they learn from their projects. This will help them take better decisions in the future. Also, if similar problems arise at a later stage, they can implement the same solution, thereby saving a lot of time and unwanted problems. While business analysts are generally not responsible for making decisions regarding project solutions, decision-making skills are still important for understanding, gathering, and presenting relevant information to assist decision makers with selecting the optimal solution.
Hello, and welcome to the lesson Formatting, Conditional Formatting, and Important Functions. In this lesson, we will learn about custom formatting, how to use conditional formatting and formulas, and implement logical, statistical, and mathematical functions. Let's say we need to differentiate the sales value from the given data set as above target, below target, and met target. As a data set can be huge and complex, differentiating each value manually would consume a lot of effort and time. Here comes the Excel features such as formatting and conditional formatting, which enables us to perform this task easily. Formatting, as the name suggests, helps us to format the data using different techniques, making the data easy to read in the required format and analyze them. The right formatting technique applied to the worksheets can help the users present the data efficiently. Conditional formatting, a type of formatting, helps us visually explore and analyze data, detect critical issues, and identify patterns and trends. Conditional formatting helps to add patterns and trends to the raw information using different colors, icons, and formulae, etc. At times, we also need to perform mathematical operations and calculations within our data set. Excel provides a large number of logical, statistical, and mathematical functions such as VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, and, if, not, rank, quartile, and many more that can help the users to perform calculations ranging from basic to complex operations. These inbuilt functions help us to manage data and perform descriptive statistical analysis. Excel also offers a wide range of important formulas that help to perform many common tasks. These formulae may be as simple as basic addition, or it could be a complex combination of inbuilt Excel functions. Before going into details, let us start this lesson by defining the objectives of the lesson. The worksheets appear more polished and easy to read if proper formatting techniques are applied to it. We can format the cells in Microsoft Excel manually by selecting fonts, font color, font size, background colors, and borders. We can also use numerous predefined table styles or quick styles to quickly format a table automatically. This is the basic formatting in Excel. If these built-in functions do not meet our needs or do not display the data in the format that we require, we can create our own custom format. In this topic, we will focus on custom formatting in Excel. Let's say we want to display 1,532,000 as 1.53 M, or the 1st of January 2016 date, with a weekday as the first Friday, January 2016. Here, we can use custom formatting feature of Excel. Let's see how we can accomplish this in Excel. In this lesson, we shall consider the following fields from our master table: dates, order ID, product, salesman, region, number of customers, net sales, and profit and loss. Here in the given worksheet, we have a column named net sales. Suppose we want to display the values of net sales in terms of thousands. For example, 7,164 should be displayed as 7.16K. Select the entire column for net sales. Under the Home tab, click the drop-down present in the Numbers panel. Select the option More Number Formats. A Format Cells dialog box appears. From the category list, select the type as Custom. In the Type text box, enter number, column, number 0, decimal 00, comma, open double quote, capital K, close double quote. Here, number is the digit holder with thousand comma separation. Each comma after decimal 00 indicate divide value by 1000. The 2 zeros after decimal point indicate number of value after decimal places. The K component displays a literal K character to denote thousands. Here we can see the preview in sample box. The value shown is 7.16K. Finally, click OK button. The values in column net sales are now displayed in terms of thousands. Now let us consider another example of date formatting. In the column dates, we have a date value written as 1st Jan 2012. We want to display it as 1st Sunday, Jan 2012. First, select the column containing dates. Under the Home tab, click the drop-down present in Numbers panel. Select the option More Number Formats. A Format Cell dialog box appears. From the category list, select the type as Custom. In the Type text box, enter DD-DDDD-MMM-YY. Here, D stands for date, M stands for month, and Y stands for year. The first 2DD is the date. The next 4, DDDD, is for weekday, say Thursday. Then MMM is for the month in short form, and YY is for year. Here we can see in the preview in the sample box, the value shown is 1 Sunday, Jan 12. Finally, click on OK button. Thus, the custom formatting helps us in changing the appearance of the cell value according to our needs. A worksheet may contain thousands of rows of data. By simply examining the raw information, it would be difficult to see patterns and trends. Conditional formatting helps us visualize data that make worksheets easier to understand. It quickly highlights important information in a spreadsheet by using colors, icons, and data bars. It changes the appearance of one or more cells when the cell value meets certain criteria. To do this, we need to create a conditional formatting rule. For example, a conditional formatting rule can be, if value is greater than 5,000, color the cell yellow. By applying this rule, we will be able to quickly see which cells contain values that are greater than 5,000. Let us understand this with the help of examples. Consider the given sales table, which depicts the amount of sales done by each salesman. Here, we want to highlight the duplicate order ID values. First, select the order ID column. Click Home tab. Under Styles panel, select the option Conditional Formatting. From the drop-down menu, hover the mouse over Highlight Cells Rules and select Duplicate Values. A Duplicate Values dialog box appears. Select a formatting style from the drop-down menu. In our example, we will choose Green Fill with dark green text. Click OK. Here, we can see that the conditional formatting is applied to the column Order ID. Excel highlights all the duplicate cells with green fill with dark green text. We can also explore other options available in conditional formatting, like greater than, less than, between, equal to, text that contains, a date occurring, and top/bottom rules. All these rules work in the similar format. Excel provides predefined styles to quickly apply conditional formatting to our data. They are data bars. Data bars are horizontal bars added to each column, much like a bar graph. Color scales. Color scales change the color of each cell based on its value. Each color scale uses a 2 or 3 color gradient. Icon sets. Icon sets add specific icon to each cell based on its value. Let us consider another example to explain how icon set rules are used. Consider the given sales table. Here, on the basis of the sales amount, we want to apply the icon set rule. If sales amount is greater than 8,000, then a green arrow should appear in the upward direction. If sales amount is between 5,000 and 8,000, then show a yellow arrow in the horizontal direction. And if sales amount is less than 5,000, then show a red arrow in the downward direction. To perform conditional formatting, select the desired cells, click on Home tab. Under Styles panel, select the option Conditional Formatting. From the drop-down menu, hover the mouse over Icon Set Rules and select the first rule. Again, click on Conditional Formatting, select the option Manage Rules from the drop-down. A Conditional Formatting Rules Manager dialog box appears. Go to Icon Set Rule and select 3 Icon Set Rule. Click on Edit Rule, and an Edit Rule Formatting dialog box appears. By default, for 3 Icon Set Rule, Excel uses the 67th percentile and the 33rd percentile rule. This means that it shows a green arrow for values greater than 67%, yellow arrows for values between 67 and 33%, and red arrow for values less than 33%. Now let us customize this rule for our criteria. In the Type drop-down, select the option As Number. In the Value Reference box, enter value as 8,000 for green color arrow and 5,000 for yellow color arrow. Excel automatically picks the criteria for the red color arrow. Click OK. In the Conditional Formatting Rules Manager window, click OK. We can see that the cells are highlighted as per our criteria. Cells which have a value greater than 8,000 have a green arrow in the upward direction. Values between 5K and 8K are highlighted with a yellow arrow, and values less than 5K are highlighted with a red arrow. We can also apply conditional formatting rule with the help of formulas. Consider the given table, which shows the profit done by each salesman. Here, we want to highlight the rows in the table wherever profit is greater than 4,000. Select the entire table along with headings. click on Conditional Formatting, select the option New Rule from the drop-down. A new formatting rule dialog box appears. Under Select Rule Type, select the option Use a formula to determine which cells to format. Under Format Values reference box, enter the formula as equals if, open bracket, $H2 greater than 4,000, comma, true, comma, false, close bracket. This will apply formatting to a cell if the profit is greater than 4,000. Click on Format button. From the Format Cells dialog box, select the Fill tab. From the Color dialog box, select the color as green. Finally, click OK. The conditional formatting is successfully applied to the cells. Here, we can see that the cells with the profit greater than 4,000 are highlighted with the green color. Logical functions evaluate a cell or cells for a criteria and returns a Boolean value, true or false. In this topic, we will cover various logical functions like if, and, or, not, true, false. Consider the given sales table. Here, on the basis of the sales amount, we want to determine the commission percentage of each salesman. Following is the criteria. If net sales greater than or equal to 10,000, set commission as 5%. If net sales greater than or equal to 5,000 and less than or equal to 10,000, set commission as 2.5%. If net sales less than 5,000, set commission as 1.5%. This is a common condition where we're required to create a between formula that picks all values between the two given values. In such conditions, we use if with the and function. Let's write the formula in cell I5. Like any other formula, we will start with the equal sign. Then type our function name if, and then type an open parentheses. The first parameter we need to pass is a logical test. Here, the logical test is if sales, cell G5, greater than or equal to 10,000, assign value as 5%. Then we will pass the second logical test. Here we will use AND function. If, open bracket, and, open bracket, sales at cell G5 greater than or equal to 5,000, comma, cell G5 less than or equal to 10,000, comma, assign value as 2.5%. In the else parameter, we will type 1.5%. This means that if the first two cases become false, then the formula will assign the value 1.5. Finally, close the two braces for the two ifs. Thus, Excel returns the result as 2.5% for cell G5. Now drag the formula with the help of the fill handle. We can see the results for the other cells as well. The OR function returns true if any of the conditions are true and returns false if all of the conditions are false. In the given table, we are required to assign performance remarks for each salesman as per the scaling table. In scaling table, we have the criteria that if net sales greater than 10,000 or profit greater than 5,000, set remark as good. Else, set remark as needs improvement. Let's write the formula using if, and, or to check sales and maximum sales in cell J5. So our formula becomes equals if, open bracket, or, open bracket, G5 greater than 10,000, comma, H5 greater than or equal to 5,000, comma, double quote, good, double quote, comma, double quote, need improvement, double quote, close bracket. Let's drag this formula across the cells with the help of the fill handle. This formula will return true if any of the condition is true. Thus, in the given example, the cell J9 returns good, even if profit is less than 5,000. Our next function is true/false. True/false returns true and false respectively if we write them in any cell. The not function reverses the result of the function. If result is true, it returns false, else true. Let's write formula as equal, not, open bracket, K5, close bracket, in cell L5. This returns the result as false. Let us now study about different lookup and reference functions used in Excel, such as VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, match, index, and offset function. The VLOOKUP function lets us search for specific information in the current worksheet. Say we have a list of students with marks. We can search for the marks of a specific student. If our table is in horizontal format and we want to determine a specific value, then we use the HLOOKUP function. Consider the extract from our master sales table. The table depicts sales information based on order ID, products sold, salesmen, and net sales. Now we want to determine the net sales corresponding to order ID 1121. Let's understand how we can accomplish this using the VLOOKUP function. Note that VLOOKUP function is only used for vertical tables. Let's use cell I2 to add the formula. Like any other formula, we will start with the equal sign, then type our function name, VLOOKUP, and then type an open parentheses. Now we will add the arguments. The first argument is lookup value. Lookup value corresponds to the value or item we are searching for. So, in our example, it will be order ID 1121, cell H2. The second argument is table array. Table array is the cell range that contains the data. In this example, our data is in cell B2 to E40. The third argument is column index number. The column index number is the column number in which we are looking for information. Here, in our table array, net sales is the fourth column, so our third argument will be 4. The fourth argument is range lookup. This value corresponds if we are looking for approximate matches or not, and can have value either true or false. True denotes the approximate match, and false denotes the exact match. Here, we will pass false. Finally, close the parentheses. So our function has the form equal VLOOKUP, open bracket, H2, comma, B2, colon, E40, comma, 4, comma, false, close bracket. We can see that the function returns the value as 2277. Note that the VLOOKUP function works from left to right. That means the lookup value should always be present in the leftmost column of our table array. If our table is in horizontal format and we want to determine a specific value, then we use the HLOOKUP function. Consider the given table. Let's write the formula in cell I4. We will start with the equal sign, then type our function name, HLOOKUP, and then type open parentheses. The first argument is the lookup value. So in our example, it will be order ID equals 1121, cell 84. The second argument is table array. In this example, our data is in cell G8 to AS11. The third argument is row index number. Here, our table array net sales is the fourth row, so our third argument will be 4. The fourth argument is range lookup. Here, we will pass false. Finally, close the parentheses. So our function has the form equals HLOOKUP, open bracket, H4, comma, G8, colon, AS11, comma, 4, comma, false, close bracket. The function returns the value 2277. Note that HLOOKUP function works from left to right. That means lookup value should always be in the topmost row of your table array. The match function searches for a specified value in an item in a single dimensional array, and then returns the relative position of that item in the array. Let us understand its functioning with the help of an example. Consider the given sales table shown. Here, we want to determine the position of the corresponding date in the original table. So let's write the formula in cell E5. Type equal sign, then type the function name, match, and then type an open parentheses. The first argument is the lookup value. So in our example, it will be date in cell B5. The second argument is lookup array. The lookup array is a range of cells that contains the value we are searching for. In this example, we will select the cells B17 to B1342. The third argument is match type. Match type can be either -1, 0, or 1. The value should be 1 if we want to find the largest value less than or equal to the lookup value. The value should be 0 if we want to find the first value exactly equal to lookup value. It should be -1 if we want to find the smallest value greater than or equal to lookup value. Here we will pass the match type as 0, as we require an exact match. Finally, close the parentheses. So our function should look like match, open bracket, B5, comma, $, B, $17, colon, $B, $1342, comma, 0, close bracket. This returns the value as 3. Now we can drag the formula across cells with the help of the fill handle. Similarly, we can use the match formula in cell E3 to determine the position of the shown field name, cell C3, in range B17 to I17. For example, net sales is at 7th position in the range B17 to I17. Let's write the function in cell E3. Write formula as =, match, and open parentheses. In the first argument, select cell C3. For second argument, select cells B17 to I17. Pass third argument as 0. Finally, close the parentheses. So our function looks like match, open bracket, C3, comma, $B, $17, colon, $I, $17, comma, 0, close bracket. So for profit loss field, the value returned is 8. Net sale, the value returned is 7. The index function returns value from a specified position in a specific column in a list. Suppose we want to determine the value of a field mentioned in cell C3 from the sales table on a specified date. The table should dynamically fetch the value if the value of the cell C3 is changed. If we enter profit loss, formula should fetch the profit loss value for the specified date. If we write net sales in cell C3, then formula should fetch net sales value for specified date. So let's use the index function to determine the value in this worksheet. Select cell C5, write formula as =, index, and open parentheses. The first argument is the array. For our example, enter B17, colon, I1342. The second argument is the row num. This corresponds to the row number that has the value we want to return. Here we will enter E5, which denotes the required date. The third column is colnum. This corresponds to the column number that has the value we want to return. Here we will enter E3, which denotes the position of the field name in cell C3 in table. Finally, close the parentheses. Thus, our formula returns the value as 6,528 based on the position at cells E5. This is the net sales value on the date the 2nd of January. Now drag the formula with the fill handle to the other cells as well. The offset function returns a reference to a range that is the offset number of the rows and columns from another range or cell. Now let's understand how to use it. Select cell D5, write formula as =, offset, and open parentheses. The first argument is the reference. This denotes the starting range from which the offset will be applied. For our example, we will select the reference cell as B17. The second argument is the rows. This denotes the number of rows to apply as the offset to the reference. This can be a positive or a negative number. So for our example, we will enter E5 minus 1. Here, we are subtracting 1 to match number of row which have the value and the offset from the reference cell. The third argument is the calls. This corresponds to the column number that has the value we want to return. Here, we will enter E3, which denotes the position of the field name, and subtract by 1 to match with the offset referencing. Finally, close the parentheses. The function returns the value based on the position of date from cell B5 and field from cell C3. Now drag the formula across the cells with the help of the fill handle. If we enter profit loss, formula should fetch the profit loss value for the specified date. A variety of statistical functions are available in Excel to perform calculations ranging from basic function, mean, median, and mode, to more composite distribution and test, binomial or chi-square. In this topic, we will cover various statistical functions like SUMIF, COUNTIFs, percentile, quartile, standard deviation, and median. SUMIFs and COUNTIFs are the most frequently used functions in Excel. These functions allow us to perform count and sum based on one or more criteria. The SUMIFs function calculates the sum of cells based on certain criteria. Let's understand how to use the function with the help of an example. Consider the given sales table. Say we want to determine the net sales done by salesman Justin. Here, we will use the SUMIFs function to calculate net sales. So let's write the formula in cell N4. Type equal sign, then type the function name SUMIFs, and then type an open parentheses. The first argument is the sum range. This is the input range that contains the required data. So in our example, we will select cells H4 to H1328. The second argument is the criteria range. This denotes the range that contains the required criteria. Here, we will pass the range that holds salesman's name, cells E4 to E1328. The third argument is criteria. This corresponds to our required criteria. We only require net sales of the salesman Justin, so we will select cell M4. Finally, close the parentheses. Note that we can pass multiple criteria in this function. The function returns the net sales done by Justin. COUNTIFs function works in a similar manner like SUMIFs. It counts the number of cells in a given range when certain criteria is met. Say in the given sales table, we want to determine the total number of sales for net sales greater than 8,000. To determine the count, we will use the COUNTIFs function. So let's write the formula in cell N5. Type the equal sign, then type the function name, COUNTIFs, and then type an open parentheses. The first argument is the criteria range, 1. This denotes the range that contains the required criteria. Here, we will pass the cells containing net sales, H4 to H1328. The second argument is criteria 1. This corresponds to our required criteria. We only require entries with net sales greater than 8,000, so we will enter greater than 8,000. Finally, close the parentheses. Note that the function allows you to enter multiple criteria. Cell N5 reflects the total number of sales as 445 for net sales greater than 8,000. In this topic, we will learn how to use the functions percentile, quartile, standard deviation, and median in Excel. Consider the given sales table. Let's see how to use the percentile function on net sales to find its 40th percentile. Select the cell N6. Write the formula as equal sign, percentile, open bracket. Select the column net sales H4 to H1328 as our first argument. Pass the second argument as 0.4 in order to find the 40th percentile. This returns the result 5,220. This means that 40% of the net sales is less than or equal to 5,220. The next function is quartile. Quartile function depicts the results for the first, second, third, and fourth quartile. Say we want to find the total number of sales which are less than or equal to 25%. Let's use the quartile function to calculate this. Select cell N7 to write the formula. Type equal sign, function name is quartile, and open braces. Select net sales column H4 to H1328 as the first argument. Type 1 as the second argument. The second argument must be a number between 0 and 4. The function returns the value as 3,822, which means that 25% of the sale is less than or equal to 3,822. Note that here we can use the percentile function to perform the same task. The function percentile H4 to H1328, 0.25 gives us the same result. It's up to us which function we would like to use for the quartiles. Excel has a function to calculate sample standard deviations, STDEV. Standard deviation determines how dispersed the data is from the mean. Say we want to calculate the standard deviation for a number of customers. So write the formula in cell N8 as equals the function name STDEV, open braces. Select number of customers columns as its argument. The function returns the result 1.4. The median function returns the value from the range. For example, we want to find the mid value for net sales. To calculate median in cell N9, write the formula as equal sign, the function name median, then open braces. Select net sales column as its argument. This calculates the mid value of net sales as 6,192. Rank function is used to compare a number from the rest of the numbers in a list in any order, whether ascending or descending. This function returns the rank of the number relative to the other values in the list. Let's use rank function in cell J4 to calculate rank on the basis of net sales. Select cell J4 and write the formula as equal sign, then type the function name rank, and then type an open parentheses. The first argument is the number. This is the value whose rank we are required to calculate. Here we will pass the argument cell H4. The second argument is ref. This corresponds to the array or reference list. Here we will select the column net sales, i.e. cells H4 to H1328. The third number is order. This specifies how to rank the number. 0 means descending order, and 1 denotes ascending order. This argument is optional. If we don't pass any argument, Excel automatically takes the argument 0. Here we will pass 0. Finally, close the parentheses. Here we can see that Excel has determined the rank for net sales, 7,164, as 553. Finally, we can drag the formula and can see the rank for the other cells based on net sales.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
So what is Excel macro? You do certain daily tasks and daily reports or monthly reports that you generate, and you use data from your Excel and you scrub data, and you basically have the same things performed or done on the Excel sheets every time and every day or monthly or bi-weekly or any number of times that you open your Excel, you remove certain columns, you add certain things, and you change certain values, and these are the things that you do an n number of times on an Excel. And this can all be done by simple automated way, which is macros. So what it does is, it is a set of tasks that you can execute as many number of times as you want. When you create a macro, basically what it does is it will record all your mouse clicks and keystrokes. Basically, if for example you have your monthly accounts report that is there, and it comes every day, and you have to put it and extract certain data and remove certain columns that you do every time that you open that sheet. For instance, you remove that column I, which has the obsolete values of your accounts or the sheets that you have, and you remove that column and you edit some names, you add such things every time that you open that report, and then you format it in a proper way and send it to your management. So this can all be done in a simple running script called macros. So what you do is you record those mouse clicks and keystrokes and record a macro for it, save it, and next time, tomorrow when you come, you just run that macros, and this will do everything for you, and you do not have to do that same tedious task every day. So this is basically a set of code or a task that you can execute and automate, and which can be done n number of times. So it makes your life easy. Now, so next thing is how you actually activate the macros in your Excel. It's a simple tab that you need to add in the ribbon section, which I'll be showing you across, and this will enable the macros on your Excel. So you go to Files, go to Options, and then you need to customize a ribbon. Click Customize Ribbon, and then there is a Developer tab which you see here. It should be activated. So you just need to select that, click on the tick mark, and just click OK. So this will add a Developer tab here, and this will enable the macros. So now you have your data, and you can run macros or record a macro and run it over on your Excel. There is also an option to do it a different way. Right click on any of the tabs on the ribbon, customize ribbon, and you can add or remove your macros from here. So this is two ways that you can activate your macros. So how you record a macro is the next thing. So here I have a work orders sheet that I receive every day, or one of you will receive every day. And how you record a macro, you have certain set of tasks that you do, and this report has so many things that are obsolete which you do not need, which has to be put across to your management or for your use. So how you record or start a macro, you go to the Developer tab and start recording a macro. As soon as you click on this Record Macro button, it will start recording your keystrokes on the mouse clicks, and you can save that and run it as a script in the next sheet that you do. So this is the sheet that I have, and we'll try to run macros on this and see what it does. So here I have, and this actually works this way. I need to go to the Developer tab and start recording a macro. So when I click Record Macro, it starts recording my mouse clicks and keystrokes. So in this sheet I have to remove some columns, and the columns that are obsolete and the data that looks weird here should be removed, and what I need is the work order number, the district, and the technician name, and the kind of service that we provide, and the request date, work date, the cost, and the payment. So this is what I want, and I do it every day when I receive the sheet, and I have to make these changes and send it across to the accounts team. So what I do is I simply automate this by running a macro. So I go to, let's see how it records the macro. I click record macro, I save it as work order accounts, and I'll add a little description like work orders for accounts team cost. Click OK, and see what I do is basically I add the borders first so that the data looks proper, and then I do not want this column, I delete it. I do not want the number of technicians that are there, I do not want all these, and I also want the labor hours, the account, and what kind of payment. This is very crucial for the accounts team. I do not want any of these obsolete data, so I just delete this. Okay, and then I just want to have some cosmetic changes done, so I make sure this doesn't have any border, and that's it. This is the task that I perform every day. I still don't need this, and I go to the developer tab and click stop recording. So now I have the macro saved, and when I have it, I have automated all these steps in one simple click. And how I execute it in another sheet, so I will show it across to you. The next thing, so here I have the next report that has to be changed or formatted and send it across. So I simply go the next morning and go to the developer tab and go to the macro, and I have this macro save which we ran just now, and with a single click I will be able to do these daily tasks and execute in a flash. So I just click run and it does the rest for me. I have my report ready and is in a proper format that is required, and it can be sent across. So here, as we see, it is done in a single click by running a simple macro. Continuing our work on macro, we can simply do this by a single click of a button, by adding a button. So what you have to do is go to the developer tab, and in the control section you will see the insert option. When you click on the insert drop down, you will see form controls, and you can say select a button, and here I select a button and the mouse changes to a cross, and you can add your macro and assign it. So as we have saved it, work order accounts, as a macro, and when I just assign that macro to this button, I can edit the text by making it as work order accounts, just to make it simple. Okay, and now if you see, if I just click this button, it will run the macro and format our sheet. So this is how we run the macros in a single click of a button by adding the button. There is another alternative way to go to the macros instead of the developer tab, and you go to the view button and then go to macros at the end. You can view macros, you can record, and you can edit your macros. So when I click view macros, it will show you what are the macros that I have and that I can run, and you can simply run it. Alternatively, and you can record a macro as well instead of from the developer tab. If you just click on record macro, it will do the same functions that we do from the developer tab. Okay. The next thing is to edit the macro. How do you edit your macro? You have to use a simple application in Excel, which is the VBA, Visual Basic Application, to edit your macro. You go to the developer tab and then click on Visual Basic. This literally opens another window like this, and you will see the module that you have been working on, and you can edit the macro here. So as we see, if you go back to the Excel, we see that our sheet we have been working on the sheet, and it has the column still K, and the actual sheet is this. So if I go to the Visual Basic editor, and I'll make sure I remove the columns that are existing from the column M, and I just delete that and I click run. I go back to my sheet and you see these changes are not there. Okay, this is our old macro and this is our new macro. As we see, this sheet has the rush column, which is the priority of my orders. So these are the things that we can edit with the VBA. So here we are. What is VBA? Visual Basic Application. It is basically a Visual Basic Application language that is used for macros in Excel. So what it basically does, Visual Basic for Application is a programming language of Excel that helps you automate tasks by writing macros. We have seen how we use macros, how it simplifies our tedious daily tasks by running a simple macro. Now to help us write these macros and help us get the best use of our abilities to ease our work and automate our tasks, we use VBA. So why VBA? There are many advantages of using VBA and why we prefer VBA in macros for Excel. So basically it is a very simple language. It saves time in performing tedious tasks. You have number of tasks that you do every day, as we have seen in the previous section, how you can simplify your daily task by just running a simple macro, and this VBA helps us in performing those tasks in a very simple manner. Another thing is it supports English-like statements. There are multiple statements that you can use and which are very basic English language statements, and this can help us, or it is very easy to program or code or edit these commands. You can select a range, you can it is like a if and else statement and things like that. We'll look into those in details in the next sections. Now one more thing is it improves the functionality of Excel by allowing you to make Excel behave the way you want. There are multiple functions that you perform in Excel, like selecting a number of rows or columns or selecting a set of cells in particular. You do it on a daily basis. So these things can easily be performed and easily be edited and executed by using VBA. We will look into those in detail. Now what is the VBA editor interface? This is particularly an interface which you will have look in detail where you can edit your commands or your codes for your Excel. Now how this is achieved, we will see it here. Now this is basically the VBA editor interface, where you can see this is the toolbar section where it shows all the options, where undo or save or file. We'll see those details in the next section. This is basically the toolbar section of the VBA editor interface. The next thing is the menu bar. Menu bar, as we all know, it shows you the menu, wherein you have all the options like file, edit, view, insert. Insert is the one very important menu bar option, and when you can insert different modules and buttons and all. We'll look into those in details. Run is one more important thing. All these things fall under menu bar. The next thing is the VBA code window. VBA code window, as it says, is the code window where your actual code resides, wherein you can go into it and edit the code or write the codes and select the different range of functions that you can perform. And this is basically the VBA code window where you edit your or write your codes. The next thing is the Project Explorer. Project Explorer is simply like a Windows Explorer, but this is in particular is specific to your VBA, wherein it shows the different options that are there, the Excel sheets or the worksheets that you're working on, or the modules that you have saved, and so on. Basically, it is an explorer for your VBA, like a Windows Explorer, which is for the File Explorer. The next thing is the Properties window. Properties window shows you the properties of the worksheet that you're working on. For instance, here we are working on the sheet 2, and it shows the properties, what are the kind of worksheet that we have, the page breaks, the right to left, whether it is enabled or not, the name of the sheet, and so on, whether it's visible and things like that. The next thing is the immediate window and the watch window. Now, what is the immediate window? Immediate window is basically a tool or a window wherein you can run and execute simple lines of codes, individual Excel code that you can run. It will allow you to test individual lines, which is very useful and handy when you're writing and debugging codes. The output of the lines that you execute can be seen here in the immediate window, whereas watch window is similar to it, but it displays the value of the watched expression in its current state. So this can be extremely useful again while we are debugging the VBA code. Adding a watch is a great utility, and we'll see the advantages of having a watch window in your VBA interface. So these are the things that we'll learn and look into it in detail in the coming section. Now we continue our topic for Visual Basic for application for macros, and I'm going to show you how to run some codes and run some macros in the codes and perform some simple to complex tasks using the VBA for macros. So there are two ways to open the Visual Basic application, and the first thing is you can run Alt F11, click on the sheet and just press, and it will open the Visual Basic for application window. Or alternatively, you can just go and click on the Visual Basic and it will open the sheet for you, the code window for you. And as we have discussed before, these are the windows that we see. This is the code window, and this is the Project Explorer, and this is the immediate window. We can run some testing codes. Immediately it will show you the output. So here we see the Project Explorer window where we see the modules and all for our Visual Basic for applications. So as we see the code is empty here, we'll try to record a macro and see how the code develops. Okay, so I just go here and click record macro, and I save it as a format and columns. Okay, just wait, and I just save it, click OK, and it has started recording. So now what I'll do is I'll make it simple, and I just delete some columns here. Okay, I do not need this. I delete this. Is there a weight? I want this. I want the mode of payment, parts cost, labor hours. I do not want this. Number of technicians, forget it. Okay, and I go further left and see what all do I need. I don't need this. I delete all these, and I just expand this so that it's clearly visible, and then I want to change the format, the font. So I select this and I change it to Times Room. Okay, I go back to my developer tab, click stop recording. It is saved. Okay, now I go back to my code and see the macro here. So we see the macro here, and we can see in detail what it looks like. So we see the code, what it's doing, and what the macro run has generated the code with. So we see we have basically the name of the macro is format columns, and what it is doing, we are just selecting the columns and deleting some. We are checking the range on some columns. EE select, that is the E column that we have selected, and then again so on. And the next thing is the font selection that is mentioned. We are changing it to Times New Roman, size is 11. So it is basically a basic VBA code. So it starts with the sub and it should end with end sub. So this is the code or a format of the VBA code that it looks like, and we'll try to do some basic functions with the VBA and discuss this in further details. So for ease of explanation, I have picked up a blank spreadsheet, and I'll try to explain some basic functions and the commands and the codes that we use to accomplish the task that we with VBA. So as we see, this is a blank sheet and I have selected a new module for it. So here I start the code, and as it says, it starts with sub, and I am specifying the module name as a number. So I'll just try to make it quite simple, and so we as soon as we enter the sub, it ends with the end sub, and so this is the start of the code and this is the end of the code, and whatever is there should be here, and this is the name of the code or the macro. Now I'll explain it further about the dim statement. Why is it used and what does it use for? So dim is basically a keyword which is a short form of dimension, and it is used to declare a variables in the VBA. So here I am trying to specify a variable called x, and how I'm going to do it, I will have it as a number or an integer or anything. So here in this example, I'll put it as an integer or a number. Okay, and as I put as, it populates the prompt. So I select integer, and for example I select the number to be 500. Okay, and here I'm trying to assign a variable integer a cell, a value of 500 with the dim keyword. So where exactly I want to put this, you will see it when you execute the code. Okay, range, I am selecting, it should be under quotes, where I'm going to put the value of x as, and I close the brackets, and what should be the value? Value should be x. So now as I click run sub, or you can do it with by running the alt or F5 key, and it will run the code. So you see here in the Excel sheet, it executes the value of the cell B5 to be 500. So this is one simple function that you can do with the dimension keyword or dim keyword, and you can assign the value as integers. Now we proceed further with some more examples, and how we assign the string value as a text or something else. Okay, now I'm going to show you what dim can be used as to set variables. Dim can be used as double, where double is basically a longer form of single variable. It usually takes more space but needs more larger numbers. Okay, and then you can set double, and I just don't specify it, and you can use date. It basically stores the date values. Okay, and then again string. So what string does, if you use string, it stores the text. It can contain numbers, it will have some text as calculations, or anything can be performed. So these are the basic things that I will cover, and you can also use different values for it. So I will discuss this in the next example. Okay, so in the next example, I'll try to sub or use a string value for it, and I put it as a string, substring value. This is my name. So as soon as I hit enter, it ends with the end sub prompt, and now I can give my code. So I put it as dembook as string. Okay, now I'm trying to use to name a country or put a value of a country to one of the cells. So let's see how it goes, and I select country, and in country I select America. Okay, now what is the value or the cell that basically takes the, or we will put the name of the country as? So I have to specify a range, and as soon as I hit it goes, and I have to specify the cell here. So here I put it as G and 4. Okay, so I close it and I put a value to it. What value I am going to assign? It is a country. Okay, now I try to run this code by simply and see G4, the name populates as a country here. So this is a dim keyword being used as a string in our VBA code. So we can also use VBA to pop up a message or an alert or a kind of a button, or a message pops up when you execute this code. So this basically can be executed using the code here, which I'm going to put, and we use the, okay, let's give it a value, double. I'm going to name it as double value, and again the dim keyword, I'm going to use the keyword as double. Okay, why double is used is basically it gives a longer, it can be used for a longer form of single variable text. It usually takes more space and larger numbers, and we'll try to assign it. Okay, now I'm going to pop up a message in the which says value of a is so and so. So I'm going to give value of a as 250. Okay, and how it pops up a message. Okay, so there is a message box which can be used, and it will give you a value. It will prompt you to enter the value, what kind of button you want, and you can enter the text and you can enter the value. So here I'm going to write a code which gives a pop-up message, a message box saying that the value of a is so and so. Value of a is, I'm going to put it in % code, so it actually takes the value of a. Okay, now that's it, and let's try to run this, and you will see a message box popping up. Okay, so the value of a, the message box pops up saying the value of a is 250. So in the next example, I am going to write a code wherein you can give a value or a string, you can assign it to a selected cell, and this basically used when you have some when you have a task of giving a value to a particular cell, or you have to assign a text or say something about a report. Okay, so this let's see how it goes, and we use the, I will say it as fun with some procedures. This is the name, and again dim. So here I'm going to give a user input, and it will be as a string. Okay, you can give any any string or any statement. What my user input will be, I will define it here. equals this is the report for VBA. Let's make it simple. Okay, and where I'm going to put it is in the active cell, or the cell that I have it. Select. Okay, what will be the value? The value will be the user input. I have defined user input as this is a report for VBA. So this cell turns into this is a report for VBA. I run this and you see this. So in some cases you need to run this, and it makes life quite simple when you use VBA for this. As we have seen before, we have used message box. Now I'm going to use the same message box to display my name, or you can use it to display your name. So let's see how it goes. I'm going to name it as name. Okay, and it's very simple. You have to define a message box which displays your name, and I'm going to put it under quotes that my name is Irfan, and we'll try to run it. See here, so it pops up a message saying that my name is Irfan. So this is a message box that you can display, and I can do anything with this. This is a PVA basics workshop. Okay, I run it again and it pops this message. So these are the things that you can use to customize, or when you open an Excel sheet or try to run a workshop or a report and it pops up a message, customary welcome messages that you can customize, or define a report or kind of data in it, and this can be used using run using the message box. And now I have another good example wherein you can write a code to tell Excel what is the value of a cell, or what is the number that is there in the cell. So here it is. I put it as sub, okay, number, and it will again populate a message box which will set it to the entered value is, and it should tell me which, or I specify which cell it is that we are going to find the value of. Okay, so I give a range of I have to give it in codes. I'm going to codes completed, and it should tell me the value of the number that is present in the cell A1. Okay, it ends. Let's try to run it, and it will give me the value. So this is how we can use Excel to determine or show or populate a message box which will give us the value of the number that is there in the cell. So here I can change it to A4 as well and try to run it, and it will give me the number. So this is a simple way of populating a message box which will tell us the value of a cell. Let me show you one more simple example wherein a message box pops up, or a welcome message that can be set when you open the Excel or worksheet. So let's name it as auto open, and then again message box, I want it to populate, and what does it say? I put it in quotes, welcome to our worksheet of workshop. It's very simple. You just run it and see, it pops up a message saying welcome to a workshop. So these are the this is one more way where you can run a code or do a simple welcome message on Excel. Next, I'm going to show you a code wherein you can give a value or assign a value to a particular cell by simple code. So we name it as add value. Now I specify the range, where I'm going to specify a cell where the value will be given to the cell. Now I'm going to give it as B5. Okay, to put it as quotes, close the parenthesis. What is the value that I'm going to give? Value equals 250. Okay, so now with this code, I'm going to assign a value of 250 to the cell B5. Let's see. Run it. See? Again, I do it to B10. Okay. So this is how you can assign a value to a particular cell. Now I can run the same thing and give a range of cells. Let me make it very simple here. I give it as B1 through B5 as 450. So let's see what it does. See, here I'm specifying the range to be B1 through B5. So it is doing it for the whole range. Okay, and then I can give another set of range here, like let me specify it, range to be C1. I have to give it in quotes, otherwise it will give me an error. C1 colon C4, and I separate it with a comma, and I can specify another range. So the next one will be D1 to D4, and then I close the quotes, close the parenthesis. What is the value that I give is let's say 230, and I try to run it. So it gives the value of C1 through C4 and D1 through D4 as 230 as we specified it in the code. So this is one more example wherein you can assign values to the range of cells or cells with the VBA. One more thing, I can assign a value to a particular cell by specifying these cells. It's very simple. Just specify the cells like 06, 7. Okay, and I close the parenthesis. I assign a value to it. Value equals 10. Let's see. See, here it assigns the value to that particular cell that we have specified, row 6 and column 7. Okay, so this is one more example wherein you can assign values to particular cells. Okay, in the next example, there will be a scenario wherein you need to select a range of cells in a sheet. So this can also be done, this task can also be performed using VBA. So I will show you how. This is our, let's say, select a range. Okay, and I am going to set a dim variable as example. Okay, let's say it as example, and what I'm doing is I'm specifying a range because I need to select a range of cells. Okay, now I'm going to set the variable as set example, where I'm going to define the range of the cells that should be selected. So let's say A1 to D5. Okay, this will be the selection, and what I'm going to set the value. Okay, I am going to set a value example. I'm going to give it a value of 256. So let's see how it pans out. Okay, so here I'm selecting a set of cells, a range of cells, and I'm going to assign a value with this function. So this makes it quite simple, and this will be used in a regular daily task wherein there will be a scenario wherein you have to select a set of cells and give a value to it. So you can do it with a click of a button with the VBA. Now I can simply tweak this with by just selecting it. So I'll remove this, and instead of assigning a value, I'll just put an option to select it. Now let's just run it and see what happens next. Okay, so this is one way of just selecting it. Okay, and then it becomes easier for you to copy, paste, and do some functions. So you can select this, and you can assign a value, and you can also give a set of values to a particular range or cells with these codes. Now, what if I want to do a selection of the same rows and columns in the next sheet? And I can do this with the another set of commands. So I will show you how. So here, let's say we set the same thing, and we specify the worksheets. Okay, worksheets. I want it in sheet 2. Okay, so I just put it as sheet 2, and I activate it, basically activating it. And now I'm going to specify the worksheet 2, and what is the range that I'm going to select? The same thing. Okay, the range will be A1 to D5. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select it. Okay, and see what happens here. Okay, bing. So here I am selecting the worksheet 2, and I'm activating it, and I'm going to assign range, and I'm going to select it. So I can just copy the same or select the same set of cells in the next sheet. Okay, now when there will be as I said, there will be a requirement where you need to copy some cell contents and paste it to another location. So how you do that? It's again a simple code that you can write, and let's say it as a copy and paste. I'm just making it simple by giving something that we can understand and relate. Copy, paste. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this range, and I'm going to copy it and paste it somewhere here. Okay, so let me just remove this, and I'll show you how. First, we have to specify the range where you want to copy the cells. Okay, so let's say it is again A1, should be in quotes, A1 colon D5 quotes, and I am going to select it. Okay, then what I'm going to do is once you select this, the selection that you have what should be the function, and I am going to specify the selection, and the function should be copying it. Okay, so I just set that, and where I'm going to paste it. So I have to now specify the range where I have to paste this selection, and you can just mention the column here, let's say G 10. Okay, and close it. I'm going to select it, and then where I'm going to paste it, I can do it in this sheet. Okay, active sheet, and paste it. So we are selecting a range of cells, selection, and that selection, what we are doing is we will copy it, and now we are going to specify the range where you are going to select it and then paste it. Quite simple. Let's see. Okay, see, and you can just change it so it is visible on this G5. Okay, so this makes quite easy, and you can run it. The next scenario will be like when you need to get the count of the number of cells. Like you have to have a selection and you need to count the number of cells. So this can also be done, and it's quite easy. I am going to show it to you. Let's say the sub be count cells. Should always be relatable so that you remember and you understand what is the output and why you're using it. And I'm going to set a variable. Let's say I'm going to set an example for this, and what we are going to do is we are going to specify a range first. Okay, we will specify the range of the cells that we need to count basically. So I'm going to set a variable as a range, and then what we are going to do is example, and we specify the range here. You can specify the range or your selection where you need the count of the number of cells. So E1 colon D5 quotes, this is N. Now how you want the output? You want a message box to pop out. So you will set a message box, and what should it give? It will give you the count of the variable. That is the variable is here is examples. Okay, so it will count the number of cells in this area. Okay, let's see, it says okay, here I think I missed it, so I just specify the number here, and let's see. So it gives you the number of count in this 20. Okay, now let's see, I want to 6, so it gives you the selection. So it's quite simple. It will be very useful in our daily task, and where you need to count the number of cells. So this is one way to get it. Well, I can further tweak this and to determine to count the number of rows or columns. So it's again very simple. I just need to do some changes here. I have to set the column count. So if I want to calculate the number of columns, just count. Let's see how it should calculate or give the message the number of columns here. See, it gives, there are 5 columns. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so it gives us the number of columns here. If I change it to, should give me 4 number. Okay, similarly you can count the number of rows here. Just change it to rows. See, it says 6 rows are there. Okay, should give me number of. See, so this way you can calculate the number of count the number of cells, number of columns, number of rows with this. The next thing I'm going to talk about is the if statement. If statement is one of the most widely used statement, and whoever is in programming are very much familiar with this function. So what it does is we specify a condition. If a condition is met, then the output should be such and such. We can specify the condition and it will check whether that condition is there, and if it is if it is achieved, then you will have to specify the output as well. So this can be achieved with the if statement. Okay, and it is very easy because it understands the basic English language, so it's not very complicated, and I'll show you how. So the syntax can be like this. If suppose you specify a condition, and if that condition is met, then the result, you specify the condition and the result both. Okay, so this is one thing, and then you can specify the else or else condition, wherein you specify the condition 2, then the result should be this. So here you are going to specify two conditions or multiple conditions, wherein you specify this, and if it is there, then result will be this. If it is this condition, and then the result will be something else. Let's take an example wherein you have some scores or marks, and you have to select the result. You can't do this manually entering, so just you can write a code. Suppose, for example, I have it here. Okay, let's show an example, and I specify as if statement. Okay, now I have to specify the variables. Now I have two variables. I have a score and I have a result, and the score is an integer, the number, and the result is a string, pass or fail. So I specify this. Okay, dim score, I specify it as integer. Okay, and then there's another variable that I have to set, result as string. Okay, now what the score will be? The score, I have to specify the range. Score, I'm giving it as a range. I mean it's in my cell A1. Okay, I specify the range. What is it? It is a value. Okay, sorry, it should be a dot. Okay, and then I'm specifying a condition here. If score value, the variable, is greater than or equal. So as I said, it's quite simple, and it takes the basic English language functions. Then the result is another variable that I have set. Result, what it should be? It should be in quotes pass. Okay, so if this condition is met, then the result will be this. Okay, and now where I want to specify my result, I should give a range for that as well. So I give it in the next column or any one. This is the basic example. Value should be the result. Okay, let's see how it runs. See, it says pass. Change it to 40. It doesn't give me anything because I have specified only one condition here. Okay, change to 75. Let's see how it runs. See, So this way, it's very basic condition that you are specifying. You are specifying two variables, the score and the result, and then you are giving a value for it, and you are specifying the condition. If the score is greater than, then the result should be passed. Now in the next section, we will simply tweak this and use an if then else statement. We'll attach an else statement with it and see. We'll specify another condition and see. So here again we'll use two variables, that is the score as integer and the result as a string. And let's stick to the same values. And now I'm going to specify it, and if the score is greater than 60, then the result. So the result will be pass as it is before, and then I'm going to specify another condition, else the result should be fail. Okay, and now I have to put it as a end if statement. I have to specify the end suit, and the result will be again in the value, the range will be b1. So let's see, if it is more than 60, then it is pass, otherwise it is fail. Okay, it is pass. Let's see, 40, and run it again. So, okay, so we are specifying two variables again. We are giving it a range, and we are specifying one condition. If this condition is met, the result is pass, otherwise else it is fail. So another set of example. The next statement that we use or we are going to discuss is the loop statement, that is the for loop statement, and why we use it. There are situations and tasks that you need to execute, and you need to do it several number of times. These are basically executed sequentially. It means one after another. So the first statement or the function is executed, and the next is taken up. So and then the next, and so on. So these loop statements allow us to execute a statement or a group of statements multiple number of times, many number of times, and this happens only when the first task or the first task is done, and it executes that and it goes to the next one. So here we'll discuss a simple example of the for loop statement. So let's see how it works, and I'm going to set up a loop statement. Okay, again I'm going to make it as loop 1. So here it is. I have to specify the variable, that is dim, and I'm going to specify x as an integer. Okay, I'll try to execute it and then explain it what happens and how it executes. Okay, for x equals to 1 to 24. Okay, let's see, and I'm going to specify the range as, so what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to fill the column A from 1 to 24 with some value, from 1 to 24 with the values of 1 through 24. Okay, so I'm setting up a range, and how it ends is it gives me a value. Now it executes this and goes to the next. So I'll explain you how. So we are setting up a loop. We are setting up an integer, a variable x as integer, and we are setting the value of x to be 1 to 24. So here for 1, it executes, the first thing is it takes x as 1 and it fills in a1, and then the next value of x will be 2, and it goes to a2 and fills the value as 2. So just let's try to execute this, and you will see the row column A filled with 1 through 24. See, it's quite simple. It executes one condition and then goes to the next, and we are defining it with the number of values and the variable as x, and the number of values is 1 to be 24. Okay, so this is one basic example of a for loop statement. Now let's do some more addition to this example by executing another set of for loop and giving the output, and we'll code the output to be the color coded ones in the column B. So how we do it, it's a basic simple example that I'm going to take. And again, what I'm going to do is I will have this values here and I'm going to color code the B column with certain color index. For each number there will be a different color. So let's see. And what I'm going to do is I'm only going to change the B. And what action is going here, we put up a value. Now we are going to select it, and with this selection what I'm going to do is it should select it and it should color the interior with what, with the color index. Okay, and the value of X. And then I'm going to specify the pattern, what pattern it will take for the box to be colored, and I'm going to put it as a solid. It will fill the whole thing with the solid, and then I just execute it. See, it takes this color B and it's coded like this. So these are the simple things that you can set up with the codes and for loop statements. So there are numerous examples and exercises that we can perform, tasks we can perform with the VBA, and this can be found in detail in our next courses, advanced courses.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
So currently I am on my MySQL workbench. Let me connect to the local instance. So I'll give my password. I'll click on OK. Alright. So this is my MySQL workbench query editor. So first we are going to learn subqueries. Let me give a comment and write subqueries. Alright. So first of all, let's understand what a subquery is. So a subquery is a query within another SQL query that is embedded within the where clause, from clause or having clause. So we'll explore a few scenarios where we can use subqueries. So for that, I'll be using my database, that is SQL_intro. So I'll write my command use SQL_intro. Now this database has a lot of tables. I'll be using the employees table that is present inside SQL_intro. Let me just expand this, and you can see here we have an employees table. So let me first show you the contents within this table. I'll write select star from employees. Let me execute it. Okay, you can see here we have the employee ID, employee name, age, gender, there's date of join, department, city and salary, and we have information for 20 employees. If I scroll down, you can see there are 20 employees present in our table. So let's say you want to find the employees whose salary is greater than the average salary. In such a scenario, you can use a subquery. So let me show you how to write a subquery. I'll write the select statement. In the select statement, I'll pass my column names that I want to display. So the column names I want are the employee name. Then I want the department of the employee and the salary of the employee. From my table name, that is employees. Next, I'll use a where condition where my salary should be greater than the average salary of all the employees. So I'll write salary greater than. After this, I'm going to write my subquery. So I'll give select average of salary from my table name, that is employees, and I'll close the bracket and give a semicolon. So what it does is, first it is going to find the average salary of all the employees that are present in our table. Once we get the average salary number, we'll use this where condition where salary is greater than the average salary number. So the inside subquery, let me run it first. If I run this gives you the average salary of all the employees, which is $75,350. Now I want to display all the employees who have salary greater than $75,350. So let's run our subquery. There you go. So there are 8 employees in our table who have a salary greater than the average salary of all the employees. Alright. Next, let's see another example. Suppose this time you want to find the employees whose salary is greater than John's salary. So we have one employee whose name is John. Let me run the table once again. Okay, if I scroll down, you see we have an employee as John. You see this? Our employee ID 116 is John and his salary is $67,000. I want to display all the employees whose salary is greater than John's salary. So basically all the employees who are earning more than $65,000, I want to print them. So let's see how to do it. I'll write select, I want the employee name, comma, the gender of the employee. I also want the department and salary. From my table name, that is employees, I'll write where salary is greater than, I'll start my opening bracket. Inside the bracket, I'm going to give my inner query, that is select salary from employees where the employee name is John. So within single quotations, I'll give John as my employee. I'll end with a semicolon. So let me first run my inner query. So this will give us the salary that John has, which is $67,000. Now I want the employees who are earning more than $67,000. So let's run our subquery. Okay, so you can see 12 rows returned, which means there are 12 employees in our table who are earning more than $67,000. You see here, all these employees have a salary greater than $67,000. Okay. Now, you can also use subqueries with 2 different tables. So suppose you want to display some information that are present in 2 different tables, you can use subqueries to do that. So for this example, we'll use a database that is called classic models. You can see the first database. So let me use this database called classic models. I'll write use classic models. Now this database was actually downloaded from the internet. There's a very nice website. I'll just show you the website name. So this is the website, that is mysqltutorial.org. You can see here they have very nice articles, blogs from where you can learn MySQL in detail. So we have downloaded the database, that is classic models, from this website. You see here they have a MySQL sample database. If you click on this, it will take you to the link where you can download the database. So they have this download link which says download MySQL sample database, and the name of the database is classic models. Alright, so we are going to use this classic models database throughout our demo session. If I expand the tables section, you can see there are a lot of tables that are present inside this classic models database. We have cricket, customers, there's employees, office, there's orders, order lines, and many more. So for our subquery, we'll be using 2 tables, that is order details and products table. First, let me show you the content that is present inside the products table first. If I run this, you see here it says 110 rows returned, which means there are 110 different products that are present in our table, which has the product code, the product name, product line. We have the product vendor, description, quantity in stock, buy price, MSRP. The other table we are going to use is order details, which has the details of all the orders. Let me show you the records order details tables has. Okay, so there are 1000 records present in this table. You have the order number, the product code, quantity ordered, price of each item. You have the order line number as well. Okay, now we want to know the product code, the product name, and the MSRP of the products whose price of each product is less than $100. For this scenario, we are going to use two different tables and we are going to write a subquery. Okay, so if you see here in the order details table, we have a column called price each. I want to display the product code, the product name, and the MSRP of the products which have a price of each product less than $100. So the way I'm going to do is I'll write select product code, comma, product name. Now one thing to remember, that this product name is actually present inside our products table and product code is present in both the tables, that is products and order details. Here you can see this is the product code column, comma, MSRP, which is present inside the products table again, from my table, that is products, where I'll write product code. I'm going to use the in operator. Next, I'll write my inner query, that is select product code from my table order details, where my price of each product is less than $100. Let me run this. Okay, so you can see there are total 83 products in our table which have a price less than $100. You can see the price here. Okay, now we learn another advanced concept in SQL which is known as stored procedures. I'll just give a comment saying stored procedure. Okay, so first let's understand what is a stored procedure. A stored procedure is an SQL code that you can save so that the code can be reused over and over again. So if you want to write a query over and over again, save it as a stored procedure and then call it to execute it. So in this example, I want to create a stored procedure that will return the list of players who have scored more than 6 goals in a tournament. So I have a database called SQL_IQ. These are a few databases that I have already created. So this database has a table called players. If I expand the tables option, you see we have a table called players and you can see the columns player ID, the name of the player, the country to which the player belongs to, and the number of goals each player has scored in a particular tournament. So I'll write a stored procedure that will return the list of top players who have scored more than 6 goals in a tournament. So first of all, let me begin by using my SQL_IQ database. We'll run it. So now we are inside the SQL_IQ database. Let me select star from players to show the values that we have in the players table. You can see there are 6 players in our table. We have the player ID, the names of the players, the country to which these players belong to, and the goals they have scored. So I'll write a stored procedure. So the stored procedure syntax is something like this. It should start with a delimiter. Okay. In the delimiter, I'll write ampersand ampersand. Next, I'll write create procedure followed by the procedure name. Let's say I want to name my procedure as top_players. Next statement is begin. After begin, I'll write my select statement. I want to select the name of the player, the country, and the goals each player has scored from my table, that is players, where I'll write goals is greater than 6. I'll give a semicolon. Then I'll end my procedure with a delimiter that was double ampersand. Next, I'll write delimiter and give a semicolon. Now the semicolon suggests this is a default delimiter. And there should be a space. Okay. Now let's run our stored procedure. There you go. So you have successfully created our stored procedure. Now the way to run a stored procedure is you need to use the call method and give the procedure name, that is top_players in our case, with brackets and a semicolon. Let's execute it. Okay, there is some problem here. So we made a mistake while creating a procedure. The name of the column is goals and not goal. Let me create that procedure again. Okay, it says the procedure top_player already exists. Let's just edit the procedure name. Instead of top player, we'll write it as top players, and similarly we'll edit here as well. Now let's create it again. Okay, now to call my procedure, I'll write call space followed by the procedure name, which is top_players. If I run this, you can see we have 2 players in our table who have scored more than 6 goals. So we consider them as the top players in a particular tournament. Alright. Now, there are other methods that you can use while creating a stored procedure. One of the methods is by using an in parameter. So when you define an in parameter inside a stored procedure, the calling program has to pass an argument to the stored procedure. So I'll give a comment, stored procedure using in parameter. Alright. So for this example, I'll create a procedure that will fetch or display the top records of employees based on their salaries. So we have a table in our SQL_IQ database which is called employee details. I'm going to use this table. You can see we have the name of the employee, the age, sex, then we have the date of join, city and salary. Using this table, I'll create a procedure that will fetch or display the top records of employees based on their salaries, and we'll use the in parameter. So let me show you how to do it. I'll write delimiter. This time I'm going to use /. I'll write create procedure followed by the procedure name. Let's say SP for stored procedure, sort by salary is the name of my procedure, and inside this procedure I'll give my parameter in. I'll create a variable var and assign a data type integer. Then I'll write begin followed by my select statement, where I'll select the name, age, salary from my table name, that is EMP details or employee details. I'm going to order this by salary descending, and I want to display limited number of records. So I'm using this limit keyword and my variable var which I created here. I'll end my select statement. I'll end my stored procedure with / and I'll go back to my default delimiter, that is semicolon. Alright, so let me run this. There should be a space here. Alright, so let's run this. Okay, you can see we have successfully created our second stored procedure, which is sp_sort by salary. Now you can also check whether the stored procedure was created or not. Here you have an option to see the stored procedures. Let me just refresh this, and you can see we have 3 stored procedures that we have created so far. One is sp_sort by salary. The other two were top_player and top_players. Okay, now let's call our stored procedure. I'll write call space followed by the stored procedure name, which is sp_sort by salary. And inside this I'll give my parameter, which was actually VAR, and this VAR we have used in limit. Let's say I want to display only the top 3 records of the employees who have the top 3 highest salaries. Okay, so let me run it. There you go. So Amy, Sarah and Jimmy were the top 3 employees who have the highest salary. So you saw how you could use the in parameter in a stored procedure. We created a variable, and that variable we used in our select statement, and we called our stored procedure and passed in that variable. Okay. Now instead of a select statement inside a stored procedure, you can also use other statements. Let's say update. So I'll create a stored procedure to update the salary of a particular employee. So in this procedure, instead of select statement, we'll use the update command. In this example, we'll use the in operator twice. So let me show you how to do it. I'll write my delimiter first, which is going to be /. Then I'll write create procedure. My name of the procedure is going to be update salary, and inside the update salary name I'll write in, and then temp underscore name, which will be a temporary name variable, and the type I'll assign is varchar 20. I'll again use my in parameter. I'll write in. Next, my other variable would be new underscore salary, and the data type would be float. I'll write begin and write my update command or update statement. I'll write update table name, that is employee details, set salary equal to new underscore salary, where name is equal to my temporary variable, that is temp underscore name. So this is my update command, and I'll end the delimiter. Alright, so let's run this. Okay, we have successfully created our stored procedure. If I refresh this, you can see I have my stored procedure update underscore salary. Okay, now let's say, first of all, I'll display my records that are present inside employee underscore details table. Okay, so we have 6 rows of information. Let's say you want to update the salary of employee Jimmy, or let's say Mary, from 70,000 to let's say 72,000, or let's say 80,000. So I'll call my stored procedure, that is update underscore salary, and this time I'm going to pass in two parameters. The first parameter will be the employee name, and next with a comma I'll give my new salary that I want to. So my employee name, let's say, is Mary, and the salary I want to be updated is, let's say, $80,000. I'll give a semicolon and I'll run it. You can see it says one row affected. Now let's check our table once again. There you go. If you see this record, for Mary we have successfully updated the salary to $80,000. Now moving ahead, we learn to create a stored procedure using the out parameter. So I'll give a comment, stored procedure using out parameter. Okay, so suppose we want to get the count of total female employees. We will create total employees as an output parameter, and the data type would be an integer. The count of the female employees is assigned to the output variable, which is total underscore EMPs, using the into keyword. Let me show you how to write a stored procedure using the out parameter. So first I'll declare my delimiter, 2// I'll write create procedure followed by the procedure name. It is going to be sp underscore count employees, and inside this I am going to give my out parameter and the variable name, that is total underscore EMPs, which is total employees, and the data type will be integer. Next I am going to write begin followed by my select statement, that is select. I want the count of total employees, and the output I am going to put into my new variable, that is total underscore EMPs. From my table, that is EMP underscore details, where sex is equal to F, which means female, I'll give a semicolon. Next I'll end it with the delimiter, and I'm going to change the delimiter to a default delimiter, that is colon. So let me tell you what I am doing here. I'm creating a new stored procedure, that is sp underscore count employees. Using this stored procedure, I am going to count the total number of female employees that are present in our table EMP underscore details. So I've used my out parameter and I'm creating a new variable called total underscore EMPs. The data type is integer. Here in the select statement, I'm counting the names of the employees, and the result I am storing it in total underscore EMPs. I have used my where condition where the gender or the sex is female. So let's run this. Okay, so we have created our stored procedure. Let's refresh this. Okay, you can see we have our new stored procedure, sp underscore count employees. Now to call it, I'll write call the name of the procedure, that is count underscore sp underscore count employees. Within brackets, I'll pass in the parameter as @f underscore emp. I'll give a semicolon. Then I'll write select @f underscore emp as female employees. Okay, so as is an alias name. Let's run this one by one. First I'll call my procedure, and then we'll display the total number of female employees. You can see in our table we have 3 female employees. Alright, now with this understanding, let's move on to our next topic in this tutorial on advanced SQL. Now we are going to learn about triggers in SQL. So I'll give a comment here, triggers in SQL. So first let's understand what is a trigger. So a trigger is a special type of stored procedure that runs automatically when an event occurs in the database server. Now, there are mainly three types of triggers in SQL. We have the data manipulation trigger, we have the data definition trigger, and login triggers. In this example, we will learn how to use a before insert trigger. So we will create a simple students table that will have the student's roll number, the age, the name, and the student's marks. So before inserting the records to our table, we'll check if the marks are less than 0. So in case the marks are less than 0, our trigger will automatically set the marks to a random value, let's say 50. So let's go ahead and create our table, that is students. Alright. So I'll write create table student Now this table will have the student roll number, the data type is integer, it will have the age of the students, again the data type is integer, we have the names of the students, so the third column would be name, the data type would be variable or varying character, size I am giving it as 30, finally we have the marks as floating type. So let's create this table which is student. So we have created our table. Now I'll write my trigger command. So trigger command will start with delimiter like how our usual stored procedures have. Next, this time I'll write create trigger. Then you need to give the name of the trigger, that is mark underscore, let's say verify. I'm going to use a before insert trigger, so I'll write before insert on my table name, that is student. Next I'll write for each row if new dot marks is less than 0, then we'll set new dot marks equal to 50. So this is my condition. First we'll check before inserting if any student has marks less than 0, we'll assign a value 50 to that student, because usually the marks are not less than 0 in any exam. I'll write end if semicolon and I'll close the delimiter. So this is my trigger command. I'll run it. It says trigger already exists. So in this case we need to update the trigger name. Let's say I'll write marks underscore verify underscore student for ST. Let's run it again. Okay, there is an error here because in our table the column name is mark and not marks. So here we need to change it as mark instead of marks. Alright, let's run it. Okay, so we have created our trigger. Now let me insert a few records to the student table. So I'll write insert into student. I'll write values. I'll give the values as 501, which is the student roll number. The age is, let's say, 10. The name is, let's say, Ruth. And the marks is, let's say, 75.0. Give a comma. We'll insert our second student record. Student roll number is 502. Age is 12. The name is, let's say, Mike. And this time I'm purposely giving a value of minus 20.5. Give another comma. We'll insert the third record for student roll number 503. Age is 13. The name is Dave. And Let's say the marks obtained by Dave is 90. Now we'll insert our final record for student number 504. The age is 10. Name I'll enter as Jacobs. And this time again I'm purposely giving the marks in negative 12 point, let's say 5. I close the bracket and give a semicolon, and I'll run my insert statement. Okay, so we have inserted 4 rows of information to our student table. Now let me run the select query. I'll write select star from student. If I run this, you see the difference. There you go. So originally we had inserted for 502 the marks was minus 20.5, and for 504 for Jacobs the marks was minus 12.5. Our trigger automatically converted the negative marks to 50, because when we created our trigger we had set our marks to 50 in case the marks were less than 0. So this is how a trigger works. Now you can also drop a trigger or delete a trigger. You can just write drop trigger followed by the trigger name. In this case our trigger name is marks underscore verify underscore st. I'll just paste this here, and if you run this it will automatically delete your trigger. I'll give this as a comment. Okay, now moving on. Now we are going to learn about another crucial concept in SQL which is very widely used. This is known as views. So views are actually virtual tables that do not store any data of their own but display data stored in other tables. Views are created by joining one or more tables. I'll give a comment as views in SQL. Okay. Now to learn views, I am going to use my table which is present inside Classic Models database. Now this database, as I mentioned, we had downloaded it from the internet. So first of all, let me write use Classic Models. So I'll switch my database first. Alright, now we are inside Classic Models. So here let me show you one of the tables which is called customers. So I'll write select star from customers. Okay, I missed S here. Let's run it again. So this is my customer table which is present inside Classic Models database. It has the contact last name, the contact first name, the customer name, customer number, we have the address, state, country, and other information. Now I'll write a basic view command using this customer table. The way to write is I'll write create view followed by the view name which is cust underscore details. Then you write as select. I'm going to select a few column names from my original customer table, which is this one. So I need the customer name. Let's say I need the phone number and the city. So you have this information here. You have the phone number and the city. Alright, I'll write from my table that is customers. If I run this, my view that is cust details will be created. Let's run it. There's some error here because the name of the table is customers and not customer. I'll give an S and I'll run it again. Alright, so you can see we have created our view, and to display the contents that are present inside our view, I can write select star from followed by the view name that is cust underscore details. Let's run it. There you go. So we have the customer name, the phone number and the city of the different customers that we have in our table. Alright. Now let's learn how you can create views using joins. So we'll join two different tables and create a view. So for that, I am going to use my products table and the products lines table. I'm talking about the products table and the product lines table present inside classic models database. So before I start, let me display the records that are present inside the products table. Let's run it. So these are the different products you can see here. Now let's see what we have in product lines table. So we have the product line, the text description, and there is some HTML description and image. So I'll create a view by joining these two tables and will fetch specific records that are present in both the tables. So let me first start by writing create view followed by the view name, that is product underscore description, as I'll write select product name, comma, then I'll write quantity in stock. I also want the MSRP. Now these three columns are present inside the products table, and next from the product lines table I want the text description of the products. So I'll write from products table, I'll give an alias as P followed by inner join my other table, that is product lines, as let's say PL on the common column, that is product line. So P dot product line is equal to, I'll give a space, PL dot product line. Okay, so here we have used an inner join to fetch specific columns from both the tables, and our view name is product underscore description. Let us run it. Alright, so we have our view ready. Now let me view or display what is present inside our product underscore description view. I'll write select star from product underscore description. Let's run it. There you go. So we have the product name, the quantity in stock, MSRP, and textual descriptions of the different products in the table. Okay, now there are a few other operations that you can perform. Let's say you want to rename a view. Instead of product underscore description, you want to give some other name. So I'll just give a comment, rename description. So to rename a description, you can use the rename statement. I'll write rename table product underscore description, which is my old name. I want to change this name to, let's say, I'll give vehicle description, since all our products are related to some of the other vehicle. So I'll write vehicle description. Okay, let us run it. Alright, so here you can see I have renamed my view. So here if I just refresh it and I'll expand this, you can see we have the cost details view and we have the vehicle underscore description view. Okay, now either you can view all the views from this panel or you can use a command. Let's say I'll write display views is the comment. Now to show all the views, you can use show full tables, where table underscore type is equal to, within single quote I'll write view. So this is the command that will display all the views that are present inside a database. There is some error here. Let's debug the error. This should be okay. So instead of table types, it should be table type equal to view. Let's run it. you can see the two different views that we have. One is customer details, another is vehicle underscore description. Okay, now you can also go ahead and delete a view. For that you can use the drop command. So I'll write drop view followed by the view name. Let's say I want to delete customer underscore details or cust underscore details view. I'll write drop view cust underscore details. Let's run it. You can see here we don't have the cust underscore details view anymore. Alright. Now moving to our final section in this demo. Here we will learn about Windows functions. Now, Windows functions were incorporated in MySQL in the 8.0 version. So Windows function in MySQL are useful applications in solving analytical problems. So using the employees table present inside my SQL underscore intro database, so we'll find the total combined salary of the employees for each department. So first let me switch my database to SQL underscore intro database. I'll run it. Okay. I'll display my table, that is employee. So here we have 20 employees in our table. Using this table, we are going to find the combined salary of the employees for each department. So we'll partition our table by department and print the total salary. And this we are going to do using some Windows functions in MySQL. So I'll write select. I want the employee name, the age of the employee, and the department of the employee, comma. Next I'll write the sum of salary over. I want to partition it by department. So I'll write partition by department, which is DEPT, and I'll give an alias as total salary so that it will create a new column with the name total salary from my table, that is employees. The output will be a little different this time. Let's execute it and see the result. There you go. So here we have created another column in our result, that is total salary, and for each of the employees and the respective departments we have the highest salary. So in finance the highest salary of one of the employees was $155,000. Similarly, if I come down, we have the highest salary from HR. If I scroll further, we have the highest salary from IT, marketing, product, sales, and the tech team. Alright. Now we'll explore a function which is called row number. Now the row number function gives a sequential integer to every row within its partition. So let me show you how to use the row number function. I'll write select row underscore number function over my column would be salary. So I'll write order by salary. I'll give the alias as row num, give a comma, and I want to display the employee name and the salary of the employee from my table, that is employees, and I'll order by salary. So let's see how our row number function will create sequential integers. Okay, you can see here we have a row num column and we have successfully given row numbers to each of the records. You can see it starts from 1 and goes up till 20. Okay. Now this row number function can be used to find duplicate values in a table. To show that, first I'll create a table. I'll write create table. Let's say I'll give a random name, that is demo. And let's say we have in this table the student ID, which is of type integer, and we have the student name, which is of type varchar. The size is 20 I'll create the small table with a few records. Let's create this table first. Now we are going to insert a few records to our demo table. So I'll write insert into demo values. I'll give 101. The name is Shane. Give a comma. I'll insert the second student name 102. The name is Bradley. I'll give a comma. This time for 103 we have two records. Let's say the name of the student is Herath. I'll give a comma. I'll copy this and we'll paste it again. So we have duplicated 103. Next we have 104. The name of the student, let's say, is Nathan. Then again, let's say for the fifth student, which is Kevin, we have two records. I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. Let me give a semicolon and we'll insert these records to our table demo. Alright. Now let me just run this table for you. I'll write select star from demo. If you see this, we have a few information that are duplicated in our table. That is for student ID 103 and student ID 105. Now I am going to use my row number function to find the duplicate records present in my table. I'll write select student underscore ID comma student underscore name. I'll give another comma and write row underscore number over within brackets. I'll write partition by st underscore id comma st underscore name. Okay, then I'll write order by st underscore id, close the bracket. I'll give an alias as row num from my table, that is demo. Let's just run it. You can see here, okay, let me just delete n from here and do it again. Alright, if you see here, there is just one student in the name Shane. We have one student in the name Bradley. But here if you see for Herath, the second record it says 2, which means there are two records for Herath. And if I scroll down, there is one record for Nathan and there are two records for Kevin, which means Kevin is also repeated. Okay, now we are going to see another Windows function that is called rank function in MySQL. So the rank function assigns a rank to a particular column. Now there are gaps in the sequence of ranked values when two or more rows have the same rank. So first of all, let me create a table and the name of the table would be a random name. We'll give it as, let's say, demo1, and it will have only one column, let's say variable a of type integer. We'll create this table first. Okay, now let's go ahead and insert a few records to our table, which is demo1. So I'll write value 101, 102, let's say 103 is repeated. I'm doing this purposely so that in the output you can clearly distinguish what the rank function does. Next we have 104, 105, we have 106, and let's say 106 is also repeated. Finally we have 107. Okay, let me insert these values to my table, that is demo1. Okay, this is done. Now if I write select var underscore a and use my rank function. I'll write rank over, then I'll order by my variable that is var underscore a as an alias name, let's say test rank, from my table that is demo1. Let me execute this and show you how the rank function works. Now if I run this, there you go. So here if you mark, so for variable a101 the test rank is 1, for 102 the test rank is 2, but for this value which is 103 the test rank is repeated because there was a repetition for 103. So we have skipped the rank 4 here. For 104 the rank is 5 now, for 105 the rank is 6 now. For 106 again, since the record was repeated twice, we have skipped the 8th rank and our rank function has assigned the same value which is 7 for 106, and for the last value 107 the rank is 9. Alright. Now moving ahead, we'll see our final Windows function which is called first value. So first value is another important function in MySQL. So this function returns the value of the specified expression with respect to the first row in the window frame. Alright. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to select the employee name, the age and salary, and I'll write first underscore value, which is my function, and pass in my employee name, and then I'll write over order by my column that is salary descending. I'll give an alias as highest underscore salary from my table that is employees. So let me run this and see how the first underscore value function works. Alright, so in our table Joseph was the employee who had the highest salary, which was $115,000. So the first value function populated the same employee name throughout the table. You can see it here. Now you can also use the first underscore value function over the partition. So let's say you want to display the employee name who has the highest salary in each department. So for that you can use the partition. I'll write select emp underscore name, comma, I want the department and the salary, comma, I'll use my function that is first underscore value followed by the name of the employee inside my first value parameter. I'll write over, here I'm going to use partition. I'm going to partition it by department since I want to know the employee name who has the highest salary in each department, and I'm going to order by salary descending, and I'll give my alias again as highest salary from my table that is employees. So let's run this and see the difference in the output. Okay, so as you can see here, we have the employee who had the highest salary from each department. So for finance, Jack had the highest salary. From HR it was Marcus. Similarly in IT it was William. If I scroll down, for marketing it was John. For product it was Alice who had the highest salary. Similarly in sales we had Joseph, and in tech we had Angela. So this is how you can use the first underscore value function using partition. Alright, so that brings us to the end of this demo session on our tutorial. So let me just scroll through and show you what we did from the beginning. First we learnt about subqueries in SQL. So we initially wrote a simple subquery, and then we used our classic models database, which was downloaded from the internet. I'd also shown you the link from where you can download this database. Here we used two different tables and we performed a subquery operation. We learned how to create stored procedures. So we learned how you can use the in operator or the in parameter as well as the out parameter in stored procedure. After stored procedure, we learned another crucial concept in SQL, which is called triggers. Now triggers are also a special kind of stored procedures. So we saw how to write a before insert trigger. You can see it here. Next, we learned how to delete a trigger. We also saw how to work with views in SQL. So views are basically virtual tables that you can create from existing tables. We also saw how you can use views using two different tables and an inner join. And we learned how to display views, how to rename view names, how to delete a view, and finally we explored a few Windows functions.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
In this session, we will start with certain exercises which we will perform in Tableau in order to understand some basic concepts. Now, in order to learn Tableau, the basic first step is to import a sample data. So in our case, what we have done is we have imported a sample superstore, which is in Excel format, a sample superstore.excel, which has three worksheets in it: orders, people, and returns. So by importing this data into Tableau, first of all, we will create relationships between these sheets in order to identify who all have placed orders and how many people have returned the orders. We will do some analysis on the orders placed by a certain set of people and order returned by a certain set of people. Now, as we have imported the sheet, we will make certain joins. So the first step is to drag the orders table, the order sheet, on the relationship canvas here. Okay, and you can see the data, sample data, the first 100 rows over here. Okay, then now we need to create an inner join with people's table between order and people. Okay, so if you see, it has automatically detected the field names on which the inner join has to be created. So on the order side, you have region, and on the right hand side, which is the people data, you have also a region. Okay, so both these columns are common, and that's how we have made a join between orders and people data. So if I close this box and go and check the people's data, open, so see the region and the person, these two columns from the people table have now been joined with the orders table, right? So it means that these are the orders in a particular region which has been placed by in this region. Let me show you the sample superstore Excel file. Now, this is the structure of the file. You have a sample list of transactions, basically the orders which are placed by customers, across multiple regions, south, west of USA, south region, west region. Then you have a list of order IDs which have been returned. So basically the order ID in the returns sheet matches with those orders in the orders table. And then you have the people sheet in which you have region and a person associated with that region, the salesperson associated with that region. Okay, so basically when we are joining orders with people, we are joining that which orders belongs to which region and who's the salesperson associated with it. So what we have done over here is we have made an inner join, means all the orders should belong to particular region, and that region is in the people's sheet. And then in the second step, now we will make a left join between returns and orders. Not inner join, we will make a left join between returns and orders, and we will make a join using the order ID. Okay, so just edit this, click on left and select order ID as the join column. Now what does left join means? Left join means is that consider all the orders from the orders table and only consider the orders from the returns table which have data, means which are returned. Otherwise show null for the order IDs which are not returned. So if you see, these are the two columns from the returns table, and these are null because this is relevant to the order IDs which are not returned, okay, which has been accepted by the customer. But these are the orders for which you see data in the returned and order ID column. It means that these have been returned. Now with these joins in place, please save your book, and now we have our relations created in the Tableau. Now we are ready to create certain reports and extract certain KPIs using this relationship model. Now we'll move to sheet 1. Okay, and first we will place state and person on the rows sheet. Okay, then I'll go to my numbers and put the profit or the, so per state, per person, how much profit I am making as a company. Okay, this is my goal to check. Now sort by highest to lowest. So California is giving me the maximum profit of 76,381, then New York, then Washington. So this is the sorted order in which I have listed my profit in descending order. Now I can also check what are the number of orders placed and check the distinct count. So out of 120, out of the total orders of 127, okay, so this is the total number of orders which have been returned for California is 127. It's 16, 29. So the sorted order is as per the revenue, as per the profit, and this is the details of the orders which have been returned per state. So if you see, for Connecticut, for Kansas, there are 0 returns. So you can also extract data. Table to refresh is orders and identify new rows using order date. So as and when new data is being added, you can refresh it. Now say extract, and now you can save this information, profit by state, and click save. So this is the extraction of this particular report which is possible in Tableau. So this is the first exercise which we have completed for reviewing and analyzing the profit per state, highest to lowest, and within that per state, what are the number of orders which have been returned by all the customers, the distinct count of order IDs which have been returned. Now let's start our second exercise on creating calculated fields in Tableau. Now in this exercise, we will be doing certain activities, like we will be creating a set to show the states which have more than 100 customers. Then we will be creating a calculated field to show an average sales per customer. Okay. Then we will create a calculated field to show the sales goals, and then show emerging and developing stage. So these are the 4 KPIs which we have to derive. Now, the first thing, we have our sample superstore data already imported and the relationships created, inner join with people and left join with returns. Now we have our sheet 2 in which we will create the states, a list of states which has more than 100 customers. So what we have to do is we have to right click on the customer name and click create set. Okay. Now we have to give the name as states with 100 plus customers, and then go to the condition tab, select by field, and then apply condition as count of customer name greater than equal to 100 and click OK. Now we have this set created, states with 100 plus customers. Now to determine average sales by customer, we have to now create a calculated field. So go to the analysis and click on create calculate field. Okay. Now name it as average sales per customer, and now we will say average we will use a okay, so we are saying that per customer we are using a level of definition function include, which means that per customer what is my average sales, right? We've already used a function, aggregated function called average. So we are saying per customer give me the total and then give me the average per customer. So we're going to click OK. Now create another calculated field. You can also create from here and name it as sales goal. Now in this we are going to type the formula if minimum states with 100 plus customers equal to true, then sum of sales into 1.3, else average sales per customer into 100. So we are saying that if the customer belongs to the set of states with 100 plus customers, then the sales target should be 1.3 times the actual sales as of today, else it should be 100% of the average sales per customer. Now let's create another calculated field which we call as emerging or developing state. If distinct count of customer name is greater than equal to 100, then the state is tagged as developing state, else it is called as emerging state. Okay, so we have now 3 calculated fields: average sales per customer, emerging or developing state, and sales goals. Now we will use this in our reporting. So we will drag sales goal under the columns, and then I'll drop my state. So now this is the state wise sales goal, depending whether the state has 100 plus customers or not. Then add your customer name, make the measure as count distinct and make it as discrete. Okay, so if you see this, we have the count of customers per state and the sales goal for that particular state. And now I'll put my sum of sales, the total sales which I want per, which is there per state. Now go to show me and select this particular chart, bullet graph. Now to bring sales goals to column, right click on the sales axis and select swap reference line fields. Now from your left hand panel, drag and drop emerging or developing state on the color panel. Okay, so emerging state is the orange one and the developing state is the blue one. And save the sheet as developing and the emerging states. So if you see this, it's an emerging state because its count is less than, the customer count is less than 100. Its sales goal is 57384, but the actual sales is 19511. Okay. So now this is a developing state. Its count is greater than equal to 100 and its sales goal and its sales is exactly the same. It matches. So that's why you are saying the bar and the blue bar is ending exactly where the vertical bar is. So what we are trying to depict is that whether the state is going beyond its target sales goal or it's behind it, and you can see that using this particular vertical bar. Like for example, Michigan, its sales goal is 71,952, but its actual sales is 76,270 average sales. So that's why it is be above its target, and it's a developing state because it has more than 100 customers. So you can even sort by the count of the customers, higher to lower. So all your developing state will group from at the top and the emerging states will group at the bottom. Or you can sort by the sales goal. So the orange bar is the sales goal or the blue bar. So depending what sales goal is being derived for each state. Hello and welcome to this new session on Tableau. Now in this session, we will talk about how to prepare dashboards and how to interlink reports within the dashboard. So in order to start this session, we will first create a couple of reports and then include them in the dashboard and then link them together. So for this session, as usual, we are using the sample superstore dataset for our example. Now, first we will create a report where we are gonna show profit by region, per region. So first we will drag the region in the rows column and we will get all the regions and state. So we have all the states per region in our report now, and then we will drag sales and profit. So now we have our sales and profit measures at the column level. Now just also drag now the region to the color section. So now we have each region colored. The entire sales and profit per region is distinguished by the different colors: central, east, south and west. Now click on the colors Now we want to show the labels using the marks card. Okay, so we want to show the region okay, so we need to include the show the marks labels. Just a second. So enable the labels, say show mark labels. Okay. So you have on the left, this is the profit and this is the total sales. Now rename this sheet as region and state analysis report. Okay. Now let's create another worksheet. Now in this sheet, just drag the state on the marks card. Now automatically Tableau will detect that you have dropped a particular state and we have the states of United States. So it has identified the state names and showed you the identifiers of the states on the map, and automatically identified the latitude and longitudes which are generated by Tableau, and given you the markers on each and every state. Now drag the sales measure to the color panel. Okay, so now this is sales per state in the color scheme, with the color scheming. Then now drag the profit to the size. So now each state you have the color, the profit and the sales. Now you can edit the colors and you can select a particular scheme of colors and say apply and OK. So now you are able to distinguish the colors on the state. Now after this, just rename the sheet as profit by state report. Now let's create another report. Now in this report, drag the subcategory to the column section and sales and profit measures in the rows. Okay. Now right click on the sum profit pill and check dual axis. Now right click on the profit axis and say synchronize axis. Now select sum sales from the marks card and change the notation as bar, and for profit change the notation as line. So now this is a fair display of subcategory wise sales and profit representation, that these are the sales and what is the profit. Now go to the marks, all marks, and drag the category section, as the tooltip. Okay, so for each and every bar or line item, you should now see the category also. Save your report and rename this now report as sales by and profit by subcategory report. Now let's create a new dashboard. Now the reports which we have just now created, first our dashboard size, let's make it as automatic. Okay, then let's show the dashboard title. Click on the dashboard title. Now drag the reports which you have created, profit by state, sales and subcategory report, and region and okay. So you have all your three reports in a single dashboard now. Profit by state, sales and profit by subcategory, and region and state analysis report. Now we will link these reports. So go to dashboard, click on actions, add an action called new filter, select source sheet. In the source sheet dashboard 2, only select region and state analysis report. And in the target sheet, just deselect region and state analysis on the source sheet, keep the run action on select and click OK. Now whatever state you select over here, that particular state will be used as a filter across both these reports. So it means in North Dakota, you have all these subcategories being sold and their associated profit, and on the map profit by state report, you can see the North Dakota state being highlighted or only selected and the relevant profit and sales. Okay, so here is the total profit and sales in the profit by state report, and in this sales and profit by subcategory report, you have the breakup of the profit and sales across the categories. Similarly, you can select any other state and automatically the filters will get applied automatically. See this, Maine. Okay. So with this, we cover our example of how to create multiple reports and then connect them or encapsulate them in a single dashboard for a single view across all these reports. We are going to take example of the Netflix database which we have, and we will prepare certain reports in order to identify what kind of reports we can generate from such a data set. So currently on my screen, what you can see is the Tableau, the Netflix data sheets, the data sources, where you have the Netflix shows, movies, their associated duration, what kind of shows or movies are there, their release year, the associated rating, description, and a key, which is the show ID. Now this is the unique identifier for each show in this Netflix title sheet, and with this show ID, all other sheets are related, like who are the directors of the show, in which country the show was released, what is the cast of each show, all that information is in this sheet, and to which particular category, basically the listed in category is being listed in this particular sheets. So what we are going to do is, first we are going to import this sheet into Tableau. Okay, and then create relationship between them using the Tableau relationship canvas. So first, the primary transactional table, the sheet in which all the information related to movies is there or shows is there, is in Netflix titles, and then we will drag sheet like Netflix cast, titles cast. Now Tableau has automatically identified the relationship between the show ID of titles and show ID of titles cast, and it has made a join. So if you double click this, you can see this relationship, cardinality, and the related fields. Similarly, I'll drag titles category, countries, and directors. Now, by virtue of this, all the sheets have now been joined with Netflix titles, and with this relationship ready, we can start preparing our reports. Now let's create a basic report where we can just glance the data, like whatever we were seeing in the Excel, how it looks in Tableau. So you have all the types of movies. Then for example, I drag the release year. Now first, I do not want to consider it as a dimension, so I'll just release year. Per category, per type, there is a release year, and then I'll drop the listed in. So now these are the categories, so per year, the details of the categories, right? And then you can drag the title and the associated rating. So this is just a view of your data. We can name it as shows listing report. Now let's try to create some report for some measures, some numbers, etc. So now let's check in which country how many movies or titles were released. What is the count? So first let's drag the country. So as soon as we drag the country field, it has identified that it has the geographical names and identified the latitude and longitude details. So Tableau internally does that automatically, and it has identified the spots across the globe of the relevant country. Now let's drag the listed in on the color section. Now what it is doing is it is showing in which country what different kind of category wise movies are or shows are being released. Like in Sri Lanka, documentaries have been released. In India, action and adventure. United States, action and adventure, like this. Now let's put a count of the titles, right? So if you see 247 action and adventure movies or shows have been released in United States. Okay, so this is one inference by this particular report you can identify. So let's save this report as listed in by country. Okay, now let's create another report. We will call it as the per year statistical report. In this, first I'll put the release years in the column. Now count of Netflix titles. So this is the count of Netflix titles per year. So 2017, 2016, 14. And then count of Netflix titles in the countries. This is the second bar chart. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll combine it into one. So one report we are moving in the bar, creating the bar, and one in the line. And now I just have to, so we will click on the count of Netflix titles by country, right click, mark it dual axis. So now as soon as you click this, both the charts have been combined, and right click over here and say synchronize axis. Okay. Okay. So now if you can see right, in 2017 you had 2,303 Netflix releases across all categories and 1159 titles, right? 1063 titles in 2017. So this is a descending representation of the count of titles released per year across category and across titles. So let's call this as per year stats. Now let's create another report. Number of shows per title. Okay. So, or sorry, per rating. So we will drag the rating column and we will count of titles and unique count of titles and unique count of show IDs. Okay. One is bar and one is line. Okay. So this is a report which shows rating wise titles and the show IDs. So in the tooltip, you can see the distinct count of titles and show ID per rating. Okay, so let's call it shows per rating. Now let's create another sheet, call it as shows by cast. So in this, what we're going to do is first drag the cast column on the rows section. You have name of all the cast, and then we drag the show ID on the column section and put a count D and sort it. Okay. You can remove the null cast, and this is your sorted order. And on the labels section, you can say show mark labels, and you will see the count that Anupam Kher has done the maximum, then Shah Rukh Khan, Om Puri, Nasruddin Shah. So this is the details on the sorted order, that who has done how many shows. Okay. Then next is shows by director, similar to shows by cast. Drag director into rows, or differently if you want to prepare, into columns, and then count of show ID, okay, sort it, and you can actually filter out the null director value. And this is your count. Put the label. So you can see Jan's sweater has the maximum shows. Okay. Then create another report, shows by category. Now similarly drag the listed in the rows and show ID count. Remove the null category and sort. Labels, show mark labels. So international movies are the highest category, dramas the next, comedy, international TV shows. This way you have your category. Now let's create a dashboard in which we want to combine all these reports and take a common view. So first, let's drag listed in by country. Then shows by director. Also, please let's set the size as automatic. Then let's drag shows by category and shows by cast. Now these 4 reports are on a single dashboard. We will link them to each other. So go to worksheet, actions, add action, filter, select dashboard 1. Only select shows by category here. And in target dashboard 1, except shows by category, keep everything else. And in the source sheet, just select, click OK, OK. Now, whatever category you will select over here, that related category data will automatically be shown in other reports, like see international movies across the globe, across the countries, directors of only international movies, who has done the maximum, Johnny Toe, and shows by cast, right, that who has done the maximum international movies or dramas or comedies. See, Paresh Rawal has the maximum number of comedies. And then if you see the comedy movies, these are the count of comedy movies released across the countries and who is the director. Another very interesting report which you can prepare is that, for example, you want to check in which country maximum duration of your movies have been released. So first let's create convert to measure, remove this. Okay. So if you see, maximum duration of the movies or the entire Netflix content is maximum in United States, then in India these many minutes, next is United Kingdom, and you can also change the colors. Whatever you feel is as per your standards or as per the convention, you can change the color combination. So there are multiple ways you can generate reports, and hope you have understood how you can leverage such a data to create your reports.
Who exactly is a business analyst? So, a business analyst is a professional who identifies business needs and provides solutions to improve process, systems, and strategies within an organization. They act as a bridge between stakeholders, IT teams, and management to ensure that business objectives are aligned with technological capabilities. Business analysts, or also known as BAs, gather, analyze, and document requirements to facilitate decision-making and drive business improvements. Their role is critical in optimizing efficiency and supporting organizational growth. Now that we have a brief understanding of who exactly is a business analyst, let's proceed with the minimum skills required to become a business analyst. So, the top 5 skills are mentioned here. They are analytical thinking, communication skills, problem solving, technical knowledge, and project management. Let's go through one of these at a time. Firstly, analytical thinking. Ability to evaluate data and identify patterns, trends, and insights. Communication skills, proficient in conveying ideas and requirements clearly to the stakeholders. Third one is problem solving, skilled at identifying business challenges and proposing actionable solutions is problem solving. Fourth one is technical knowledge, familiarity with databases, systems, and business analysis tools. And lastly, project management, capable of working with agile, waterfall, or hybrid methodologies to manage business projects efficiently and effectively. Now that we have the knowledge of minimum skills required to become a business analyst, let's understand your roles and responsibilities. The critical roles and responsibilities that you will have as a business analyst are as follows. So there are 5 as categorized below: requirement gathering, process improvement, stakeholder communication, solution design, testing, and validation. Let's understand each one of them at a time. Firstly, requirement gathering. Collect and document business needs from stakeholders. Next one, process improvement. Analyze and optimize existing business processes for greater efficiency. Third one is stakeholder communication. Act as a liaison between business teams and IT to ensure clear understanding and alignment. Fourth one is solution design. Develop and recommend solutions to meet business objectives and solve problems. Testing and validation. Ensure that solutions are properly tested and meet the functional requirements before implementation. Now that we have a brief understanding of who exactly a business analyst is, the skills and roles and responsibilities of a business analyst, let's proceed with the step-by-step roadmap to become a business analyst. So, the first one, build a strong foundation. The foundation of any business analyst roadmap is clearly the business education. Start by understanding the business skills. So, education is the first one. Obtain a degree in business administration, finance, or related fields. A background in IT or engineering can also help in tech-related BA roles. Second, certifications. Consider pursuing relevant certifications such as CBAP, CCBA, or PMI, PBA. So CBAP stands for Certified Business Analysis. CCBA stands for Certification of Competency in Business Analysis. And lastly, the PMI, which was the Professional in Business Analysis. These are the important certifications that you must consider. And lastly, learn industry tools. Gain proficiency in business analysis tools like Microsoft Excel, Power BI, Tableau, and process mapping tools like Visio or Lucidchart. Now let's move ahead with the second step. So this is core analytical and technical skills. So the important skills are analytical thinking, technical proficiency, and project management skills. First one, analytical thinking. Own problems and opportunities. Second one, technical proficiency. Familiarize yourself with databases, SQL, data modeling, and modeling language to work effectively with technical teams. Lastly, the other project management methodologies to collaborate effectively in diverse environments. Mastering critical business analytics and techniques to ensure that the most impactful strategies are delivered first. When building a strategy, consider the following: requirement gathering, gap analysis, modeling, and diagramming. Now, let's understand each one of them closely. Firstly, requirement gathering. Learn techniques for electing requirements, interviews, workshop surveys, and documenting them using tools like BRDS, which is Business Requirement Documentations, or FRDs, Functional Requirement Documents. The second one is gap analysis. Be proficient in identifying gaps between current operations and future states, ensuring clear documentation. Third one is modeling and diagramming. Master techniques like use case modeling, process flow diagrams, and SWOT analysis to represent business processes visually. Now, let's proceed with the fourth step. So the fourth step is gain domain knowledge. First one, specialize in an industry. Acquire knowledge of specific industries, example healthcare, finance, retail, that interests you. This will help you become a subject matter expert. Second one, understand business processes. Learn how different departments like marketing, finance, operations function and integrate them into one whole business strategy. Now moving ahead, let's deal with the fifth step. Build experience. Internship and entry-level roles. Work on real-life projects. Third one, cross-functional exposure. Now let's understand each one of them a little bit closely. First one, internships and entry-level roles. Start with internships or entry-level roles as a junior business analyst, data analyst, or project coordinator to get hands-on experience. Second one, work on real-life projects. Contribute to projects where you can apply your skills in requirement analysis, process improvement and stakeholder management. Third one, cross-functional exposure. Work with different teams, IT, operations management, finance, to get a 360-degree view of how organizations operate. Now with the last one, advance your career. So here again, we have 3 more steps: network and mentor, seek leadership roles, continuous learning. Let's understand each one of them a little bit closer. First one, network and mentor. Join business analysis communities, attend industry events, and seek mentorship from experienced business analysts. Second one, seek leadership roles. Over time, aim for leadership positions such as lead business analyst or project manager or a product manager, where you will oversee larger teams and projects. Third one is continuous learning. Stay updated with the latest tools, methodologies, and certifications to remain competitive. So, this roadmap gives you a structured approach to building a successful career in business analysis, from foundational skills to leadership growth.
Well, at its core, business intelligence, often referred to as BI, is the process of collecting, analyzing, and transforming raw data into actionable insights for business purposes. It helps organizations make informed decisions, enhance performance, and gain a competitive edge in today's dynamic market. So let's understand the steps involved in the processing of data. The first step in the business intelligence process is data collection. Businesses begin by identifying the relevant data sources for their operations, such as internal databases, customer interactions, website analytics, and social media platforms. Once identified, the necessary data is extracted from each source, which can be in various formats like spreadsheets or databases. Before proceeding, it's important to cleanse the data by removing duplicates, errors, or inconsistencies, ensuring its accuracy and reliability. The second step is data integration. With the collected data in hand, the next step is data integration. Businesses transform the data into a unified format that is compatible and consistent across different data sources. This transformation involves standardizing data formats, organizing fields, and creating a unified data structure. The transformed data from various sources is then merged into a central repository or data warehouse, serving as a single source of truth for further analysis and reporting. The third step is data analysis. Businesses select appropriate analysis techniques based on their objectives, which can include exploratory data analysis, statistical modeling, data visualization, or machine learning algorithms. Using these techniques, businesses uncover patterns, trends, and correlation within the data. These insights provide valuable information about customer behavior, market trends, operational efficiency, product insights, and more. To communicate the findings effectively, businesses create reports and visualizations that present the insights in a clear and understandable format. The fourth step is decision making and action. The final step in the business intelligence journey is turning insights into actions. Armed with the insights from data analysis, businesses make informed decisions. These decisions can range from optimizing operational processes and refining market strategies to improving customer experience and identifying new business opportunities. Businesses continuously monitor the impact of their decisions and actions using feedback loops and iterative processes to refine strategies, adapt to changing market conditions, and improve overall performance. Have you ever wondered how successful people can be after opting a postgraduate program in business analytics? Hear it from our learners who have experienced massive success in their careers.
Hi, I'm Gordana Vujic. I live in Raleigh, North Carolina, and working as a business analyst at Ravature. This is my second job since I completed the postgraduate program in business analytics at Simplilearn with Virginia University in December 2021. My experience with Simplilearn was great. The live classes were my favorite because they were very interactive and I could connect with the instructors. I have many small gaps and short employments in my career. I even have a huge 2-year career gap due to some health issues. However, I think the dark times are now behind me. It doesn't matter how challenging the path may be. Keep upskilling and one day you will achieve success in life.
The next question is, why is business intelligence so valuable to businesses? So let's explore its benefits. The first is enhanced decision making. By providing accurate and timely insights, BI enables organizations to make informed decisions based on facts rather than assumptions or intuition. This leads to improved efficiency, reduced risks, and better outcomes. Increased operational efficiency. Business intelligence streamlines operations by identifying bottlenecks, optimizing processes, and highlighting areas of improvement. This leads to enhanced productivity, cost savings, and overall efficiency gains. Competitive advantage. In today's competitive landscape, gaining a competitive edge is crucial. BI equips businesses with actionable insights about market trends, customer preferences, and competitors, enabling them to make strategic moves and stay ahead of the curve. Applications of business intelligence. Retail. BI helps retailers analyze customer buying patterns, optimize inventory levels, and personalize marketing campaigns, ultimately improving sales and customer satisfaction. Healthcare. By leveraging BI, healthcare providers can analyze patient data, optimize resource allocation, and identify patterns to enhance medical treatments and patient outcomes. Finance. BI enables financial institutions to assess risk, detect fraudulent activities, and identify investment opportunities, resulting in improved decision making and financial performance. Let's understand the tools for business intelligence. A number of BI tools are already present in the market, but let's go through the top business intelligence tools. Power BI. Microsoft's Power BI offers robust data visualization capabilities, interactive dashboards, and integration with various data sources. It's user-friendly and allows for collaboration and sharing within the organization. Tableau. Tableau is renowned for its interactive and intuitive data visualization features. It supports advanced analytics, custom calculations, and offers seamless integration with multiple data sources. ClickView. ClickView provides a comprehensive business intelligence platform with powerful data discovery, visualization, and reporting features. It allows users to explore data from various angles and uncover hidden insights. Looker. Looker offers a cloud-based platform for data exploration and visualization. It focuses on providing real-time insights and collaborative analytics, enabling teams to work together seamlessly. So there you have it, folks. Business intelligence is an essential tool that can help businesses succeed in today's marketplace.
Imagine you're a pet lover who wants to start your own pet care business. But as soon as you lay the groundwork for your business, you realize that being a pet lover is not enough. You need assistance in understanding the pet care market to develop a solid business plan. Without a clear understanding of the market demand, competition, and customer preferences, you may struggle to differentiate your services and attract customers. However, with help of data-driven insights such as market research and customer demographics, you can make informed decisions about business strategy, pricing, and marketing efforts for your pet care business. This is where the importance of business knowledge comes into play. Understanding industry trends, consumer behavior, and operational requirements is essential to building a successful pet care business. Now, business analysts are the individuals who combine both data knowledge and business knowledge to drive insights and come to conclusions. Hence, business analysts help businesses make better decisions by studying information and figuring out how to improve processes and outcomes. In this video, we will discuss the CBAP certification, which shows that a business analyst is really good at understanding what a business needs and finding good solutions. We'll talk about everything you need to know about this certification, like what you have to do to get it, why it's helpful for your career, and more. So, what is CBAP certification? CBAP actually stands for Certified Business Analysis Professional, provided by IIBA, or International Institute of Business Analysis. It is basically a professional certification for people having ample experience in the field of business analysis. And once you are certified as a CBAP, you will be considered as a leading or senior member in the BA community. So, how does CBAP stand out and what are its benefits? You exhibit the expertise, skills, and experience necessary to excel as a proficient business analysis professional. You can distinguish yourself to employers and colleagues by demonstrating your commitment to your career and the field of business analysis. Professionals with CBAP certification tend to command higher payment, enjoying up to a 13% increase in earnings compared to their non-certified counterparts. Now, is CBAP worth all its hype? Through research, we could find that approximately 20% of job descriptions mention CBAP as a requirement for business analyst openings for experienced candidates. We know it's a small number right now, but in the coming years, it is going to increase. And also, these global certifications will be an upper hand for you as the job market is getting more competitive. And people who are certified mention that they are more confident at work because the CBAP exam is based on BABOK, which is the Business Analysis Body of Knowledge, which is the worldwide recognized standard for business analysis. We will discuss about BABOK later in this video. The certification has also helped them in getting promotions and salary hikes. It has helped them in networking with other BA professionals, and it has given them international recognition. Now, let's see the eligibility criteria to acquire the CBAP. According to the guidelines, the candidate appearing for this certification must complete a minimum of 7,500 hours of business analysis work experience in the last 10 years. And within this 7,500 hours, a minimum of 900 hours completed in 4 of the 6 BABOK guide knowledge areas. The candidate must complete a minimum of 35 hours of professional development in the last 4 years. Now, you must be wondering what's professional development. It is nothing but formal education, webinars, workshops, trainings, self-learnings, etc. The candidate must also provide 2 references, must follow the code of conduct, terms and conditions, and of course, pass the exam. So as we said, CBAP is based on BABOK. Now what is BABOK? The word BABOK, which stands for Business Analysis Body of Knowledge, is like the ultimate handbook for mastering business analysis. It's designed to show what skills and knowledge an experienced pro should have in this field, and the CBAP exam is completely based on this guide. Basically, BABOK has 6 knowledge areas, which are Business Analysis Planning and Monitoring or BAPM, Elicitation and Collaboration, Management of the Requirements Lifecycle, Strategy Evaluation, Analysis of Requirements and Design, and Evaluation of the Solution. Now, what's the format of the CBAP exam? It is a computer-based exam which can either be taken through online proctor format or at a PSI center. The exam consists of 120 multiple choice questions which must be completed within 3.5 hours. As already mentioned, the questions will be from the BABOK guide, and you can expect both scenario and case study based questions. Now coming to the passing score, there is no specific score published by IIBA. It is competency-based score and depends on the fellow candidate's performance. But try to maintain an 80% score to be on a safer side. Now, having known all this, how do you prepare for the certification? You need to really dive into the BABOK guide. And many institutes offer specialized training for CBAP certification. Plus, TCA is an official education provider endorsed by IIBA, offering a comprehensive CBAP preparation course. Also take numerous practice exams and go through the sample questions available on the IIBA official website. Now let's see how much does a CBAP certification cost. At first, you have to pay an application fee of $145, which is non-refundable and non-transferable. Then comes the exam fee, which depends on your membership. For an IIBA member, the fee is $350. For a non-member, it is $505, and for a corporate member, it is $305. Now, if you don't pass the exam in the first attempt, you can rewrite the exam by paying a fee of $295 for IIBA members and $450 for non-members. You have 3 attempts within 1 year from the start of the application approval date. But if you fail the 3rd attempt, you have to wait 1 year to apply again. Now, the validity period of CBAP certification is 3 years, and you are required to recertify after every 3 years, for which you need 60 CDUs. You will have a grace period of 1 year to recertify. The recertification fee for IIBA members is $85, and for non-members it is $120. So there you have it. We have covered everything you need to know about the CBAP certification. Whether you are aiming to boost your earning potential or enhance your skills, CBAP certification could be the next step for you.
So let's start with a little story. Meet John. John works at a company and is always overwhelmed by all the data terms his colleagues use during meetings. So words like KPIs, data warehouse, and analytics were thrown around, and John often felt lost. He knew understanding these terms was crucial for his career growth, so he decided to dive into learning about business intelligence. John started by learning what business intelligence actually means. He discovered that BI involves strategies and technologies that help companies analyze and manage their data. For example, if he worked at Spotify, BI could tell him which songs are getting the most plays, when people listen the most and even predict the next big hit. This realization made John see how powerful BI could be for making informed business decisions. Alright, so let's dive in and let's understand what business intelligence actually is. Imagine you're running a popular ice cream shop, and business intelligence is like having a super smart helper that tells you everything about your business. Cool, right? So, what exactly is business intelligence? It's all the tricks and tools companies use to understand their data better. It helps them make smart choices based on facts, not just guesses. For example, let's say you use a tool like Power BI in your ice cream shop. It might show you which flavors sell the most on hot days, what time your shop is busiest, and which toppings are most popular with kids. This info helps you make smart decisions like stocking up on popular flavors or hiring extra staff for busy times. Business intelligence is super important because it turns boring numbers into useful information that helps businesses grow and succeed. It's like having X-ray vision for your company. Next, let's talk about data visualization. So, data visualization is the graphical representation of information and data. By using visual elements like charts, graphs, and maps, data visualization tools provide an accessible way to see and understand trends, outliers, and patterns in data. For example, a bar chart showing the most popular pizza toppings in a delivery app. This is crucial for presenting data in an easy to understand format. Moving on, we have analytics. So, analytics involves the systematic computational analysis of data. For example, using analytics to understand which times of day are busiest for a pizza delivery app. This term is important because it helps in making sense of large amounts of data and aids in decision making. Next up is KPI, that is key performance indicator. So KPI is a measurable value that demonstrates how effectively a company is achieving key business objectives. For example, tracking the number of pizzas sold each month as a KPI to measure business performance. KPIs are essential for measuring performance and progress towards strategic goals. Now let's discuss data warehouse. So a data warehouse is a centralized repository for storing large volumes of structured data from multiple sources. For example, storing customer data from different gym branches in one place for analysis. It is used for reporting and data analysis and is a core component of business intelligence. Data warehouses are important for consolidating data from different sources and making it available for analysis. Next, we have database. So, database is an organized collection of data generally stored and accessed electronically from a computer system. For example, a database storing member records for a gym. Databases are foundational for storing and managing data efficiently and are critical for any business intelligence processes. Moving forward, let's introduce data mining. So, data mining is the process of discovering patterns and knowledge from large amounts of data. For example, a gym analyzing member attendance to identify the most popular class times. Data mining is important for extracting useful information from large data sets. Next, let's talk about dashboard. So, dashboard is a business intelligence tool that allows users to track key metrics and KPIs. For example, a dashboard for a gym showing daily attendance, most used equipment, and membership growth. It provides a visual representation of data and helps in monitoring performance at a glance. Dashboards are crucial for real-time data monitoring and decision making. Next up is reporting. Reporting refers to the process of organizing data into informational summaries to monitor how different areas of a business are performing. For example, a monthly financial report summarizing income and expenses for a gym. Reports are essential for tracking progress, identifying trends, and making informed decisions. Finally, let's discuss SQL, that is Structured Query Language. So SQL is a standard programming language for managing and manipulating databases. For example, writing an SQL query to retrieve all gym members who joined last month. It is used to query, insert, update, and modify data. SQL is fundamental for anyone working with databases and business intelligence tools. Remember, whether you are running a multi-million-dollar corporation or a neighborhood lemonade stand, these BI tools and concepts can help you make smarter decisions and grow your business. They turn raw data into valuable insights, helping you understand your customer better, optimize your operations, and stay ahead of the competition. So with that, guys, we have come to the end of this session. I hope this video has helped demystify some key business intelligence terms for you. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more business and tech insights. If you have questions about BI or want to share your opinion, you can comment down in the comment section below.
Hey everyone, welcome to today's video on Power BI DAX. So here's a quick question for you. Have you ever felt like Power BI is like a cool looking dashboard, but you just wish you could do more with your data? You know, add those custom calculations or get insights that are a little bit outside the box. Well, that's exactly where DAX comes in. Let's think of Power BI as your data playground. It helps you visualize your data with charts, graphs, and tables. But what if you want to take it up a notch? That's where DAX, which is Data Analysis Expression, steps in. It's like the magic behind the scenes that makes Power BI not just a visual tool but a powerful data crunching machine. So what Power BI DAX is used for? Well, it is used to create custom calculations if you need to calculate total sales, average profit, or even something more complex. DAX is your go-to tool. You can also build dynamic reports if you want your reports to change based on the user input or the time period. DAX will make it happen. You can also dive deeper with your data. With calculated columns and measures, you can explore data in ways that are more meaningful at your specific needs. So in this video, I'll walk you through how DAX works and show you how to create those custom formulas that can truly unlock the power of your Power BI reports. So let's get started.
Hello and welcome to Simplilearn. In today's session, we are exploring one of the most powerful features in Power BI, DAX, or Data Analysis Expressions. Whether you're a beginner or looking to deepen your Power BI expertise, this video will help you master DAX and unlock advanced analytics for your reports. DAX stands for Data Analysis Expressions. It's a formal language used in Power BI, Excel, and other Microsoft tools. DAX lets you create powerful calculations, data models, enabling you to extract deeper insights from your data. In Power BI, DAX is essential for building calculated columns, measures, and calculated tables, which are the backbone of custom analytics and reporting. The purpose of DAX in Power BI is to analyze data and create custom calculations for better insights and reporting. With DAX, you can go beyond simple aggregations and build metrics that answer complex business questions such as year-to-date sales, growth rates, or profit margins. However, you must be thinking, if you're following up with the previous video where we have learned about interactions and different type of charts, we haven't used any DAX there. However, we still had meaningful insights. Why is learning DAX so important? DAX is essential for advanced data calculations and custom metrics in Power BI. It also enables time-based calculations such as year-to-year, quarter-over-quarter analysis, and helps to create custom measures like profit margin or growth rate. Ultimately, DAX empowers you to transform raw data into meaningful business insights that drive business decisions. Let's look at the types of DAX expressions you will encounter. So within Power BI, first we have predefined functions like aggregate functions, logical functions, date functions, information functions, user functions. Then we have DAX statements. These control the logical flow of calculations, such as if and switch statements, and more. Variable and written, very commonly used statements. Then we have data retrieval functions, which we call as queries. These will help you to pull data from your model. It is often used in Power BI's query editor, like evaluate or define. First, we will explore predefined functions, as most of them are similar to Excel. DAX functions come in several categories. First, we have aggregate functions, like you can see sum and average, minimum, maximum, count, standard deviation, variance, and more. Other are date and time functions. You will find them very similar to Excel, like year, month, end of week, weekdays, and more. Another are logical functions, like if, and, or, switch. We'll see multiple conditional logical functions here. Other than these three types of functions, we have information functions, reference functions, parent and child functions that are very specific to DAX. Most utilized DAX functions are common date functions like year, month, quarter, or looking at difference between two dates. Other are time series functions where we are trying to calculate year on year as variates and written using the year functions, date functions within the statements, figuring out year till date, quarter till date, which is calculating the any numerical like sales, profit, till, year to date, month to date, and quarter to date. These are the time series functions. Other most commonly used are aggregate functions, even when we are not explicitly defining a function, implicit calculation as soon as we drag any numerical variable into the canvas, immediately it converts into sum of that particular amount. So if it is sales amount, then it will be sum of sales amount automatically. That is implicit. Yes, we can go ahead and create the explicit sum of sales, average sales, aggregate functions within Power BI. Other most utilized functions are user functions. User functions like calculate are where DAX gets really powerful. Calculate allows you to change the context of your calculation. For example, summing the sales only for a specific region. This gives us flexibility to answer very specific business questions. And logical functions like if and switch let you build conditional logic into your calculations. If checks a condition and return different results based on whether it's true or false. Switch is like a more advanced if, letting you handle multiple conditions easily. Let's create a calculated column together. We'll label each sale as high or low based on the amount. In previous examples, we have been using one or two predefined functions nested within one another, or simply one function or a statement to calculate one single column or an aggregate value. DAX really shines when you combine functions. For example, to calculate profit margin, we have to go ahead and utilize sum of sales minus sum of cost that we divided by amount again. This uses both sum and simple arithmetic function to give you a critical business metric. For time-based analysis, you might use dates YTD to calculate year-to-date sales or compare this year's sales to last year's. We can use same period last year. We can also use previous year, previous quarter, or previous month. These time intelligence functions are essential for any business that wants to track performance over time. Let's go ahead and see some time series based calculations with DAX and Power BI. As we have already seen few examples of Power BI DAX. Before we move on, here are some best practices for writing DAX. First, keep your formulas simple for better performance. Use measures for calculations reused across the reports. Instead of adding a calculated column, it is always better to add a measure. Measures are easily reusable across multiple tables within the data model itself. Plus, measures are not the part of a data model. Measures are created when they are utilized inside a report. So measures are always recalculated. So these are always updated if your data is updated. Third, always check how filters and relationship affect your calculations. If you're applying a relationship, it means within a data model. If you're applying filter or the slicer, it is going to affect the DAX calculation results into the report or the visual we are creating. In the next section, we will explore one of the most important concepts in DAX, that is context. Understanding row context and filter context is key to mastering DAX and building dynamic interactive reports. Let's dive in. Let's explore some most used DAX functions in Power BI. This here is Power BI Desktop. application. In this application here, let's import our data from Excel. We can import it right from here. Or we can click on Excel workbook right here. We are getting our auto sales data set. Let's click on open here. We'll have our navigator window. We can highlight sheet 1. We can look at the data set right now. Let's check on that. We have order ID, order date, delivery date, how many days we took to deliver, which state did we deliver it to, dealership name, regional details, then we have customer details, product details, then we have here fact details. That involves what was the traffic, quantity sold out, leads converted, orders placed, and then the revenue, profit, and cost to company. Let's transform data here. It will take us to Power Query Editor. Within Power Query Editor here, let's check out. This is our order ID. It is at data type 1 to 3. We have order date with the date, number. Let's check the data types for state. Everything is in text properly. Now if we look at the numbers are in the proper date format too. However, if we want, we can change revenue, profit, and cost to company into data type fixed decimal number. We'll add a new step. Let's rename this to, this is our auto sales data. Currently we are ready. We'll close and apply. Our objective here to explore DAX measures here. In the auto sales data here, we have dimensions and measures. Dimensions and measures. Measures are numerical values here. We can see wherever the summation sign is there, these are numerical values. For example, first we have here is cost to company. Cost to company, the summarization here we can see is sum. Similar customer ID, says Power BI understands customer ID is an identification of a customer. It is a unique ID provided to the customer. The summarization here will automatically be count. Similar pattern we can find in other columns too. Let's go ahead and create calculated measures. Simple functions first. For example, we'll create a simple table first. In this table here, we would like to explore that how much quantity we have sold out in each category. If we check on category here and quantity, we see by default sum of quantity here. This sum of quantity is implicit calculation. Implicit calculation here means this calculation is decided by DAX. Now when we go ahead and define the calculation by using modeling, that will be called as explicit calculation, where we are going to use DAX functions and statements. Let's see difference between both. To add the measure here, we can add the measure from new measure here. We can also go ahead and right click on table and click on new measure. We can also click on modeling and add a new measure from here. So let's go to the table, right click on a table, and let's add a new measure from here. When we click on new measure, observe here, a formula bar is opened up where it is directly writing measure equals to as a name. In the data pane, on the right hand bottom corner, we have a measure here. This measure is getting saved in data pane on right hand corner here. We can see the icon is a calculator right there, right here. So let's rename this here as total quantity. Make sure, as a standard practice, we do not leave any spaces. Later on, if we are trying to reuse this aggregate calculation, and if there is a space in the name, we will not be able to reuse it in any other calculation. Now we want to sum. We'll use the predefined function, aggregate function, sum. A simple sum function here. If you want to read more about it, you can expand it from the arrow. It will give you a simple explanation. This is true for any of these functions here. We select the sum from the drop down here. As usual, we can see the parenthesis will open up. It will give us the syntax right here. We have the syntax and the arguments right here, and we have the options to choose from below. Now we want to go ahead and calculate quantity, so we will simply go ahead and type Q in the drop down. We have quantity with the help of tab in our keyboard. We can simply use quantity right there. And since we are in Power BI, remember to close the parenthesis. To commit or save this particular calculation or the measure, we will go ahead and press enter. Once you press enter, on the right hand corner, you'll find total quantity right here. Total quantity sold right here. As you scroll down, you can see the measure is created here. Let's check and utilize this measure in the same table. We can close this from here. Select the table. Let's add the total quantity sold. As we can see, there is absolutely no difference between the explicit and the implicit calculation here. However, now, if we want to move forward and add the average here, we can have the similar average calculated there. But when we have sum of quantity, the implicit measure, if we are collaborating with someone, they will have the freedom to change the aggregate calculation right here. However, when you have explicit calculation, the calculation is fixed. The collaborator can simply calculate the percentages out of that. Nothing more than that. So aggregation cannot be changed. So if we want average quantity to be sold out to individual customer, we can go ahead and create the explicit calculation for that too. As we can see, what we have here is cost to company and the quantity plus the profit we have made out of that and the revenue. So let's calculate. Let's create a simple table where we want to analyze how many average days we take to deliver to certain estate. So here we have list of estate, and now we want to calculate average days we take to deliver. First, let's look at the implicit calculation, which is by default sum. So we'll go ahead and create a new calculation here. We are at the Home tab. In the Home tab, on the right hand side, we have a new measure. So let's click on new measure. We are going to call this average days to deliver. To avoid the spaces, you can also add underscore sign. In average days to deliver, we start with average function. Now we have days to deliver, and we close the parenthesis. Once you press enter, we can find average days to deliver is here. Let's check here. In this report, here, next we would like to calculate that if we are taking more than 5 days, meaning we are taking longer duration to deliver. So that is not a expected KPI. The average days to deliver, if that is equals to 5 or less than 5, that will be considered a good performance. For that, we add a new measure again. So currently, as you can see, we are in the measure tools. In measure tools also, we have new measure here. Measure tools is opened up because we are currently selecting a measure. Let's click on new measure and apply a logical condition. The logical condition is going to tell us about delivery performance. We'll simply go ahead and type I. In the drop down we have if. In the if here, see the syntax, it is pretty similar to Excel. Logical test is here. In the logical test we are saying that read average days to deliver, the measure that we have here, if it is greater than or equals to 5.5. If condition matches, then the performance needs to improve. If result is false, it means it is just opposite, meaning we are doing good. So the performance is good. So we have one condition and two output. Now we can see our measure is saved here. Let's check on the measure. Now we can see within each state what is the average days and whether it is good or it needs improvement. Let's keep a slicer here for region. This region size slicer will give us more insights here. So within the central region, we need improvement. In east here, we are doing good in few states. We need improvement, and we need improvement in most of the cases here. Let's look at few more common functions like date functions. Currently, if you want to go ahead and create a table, we want to see year-wise sales we have done. We have delivery date and order date. Let's use the order date here. The moment we check on the order date, the entire hierarchy will be added here. We can simply check and decide to keep whatever we need right there. However, every time extracting and checking from here is not always desirable if we want to go ahead and utilize the year and month within another calculation. So maybe we want to simply go ahead and look for the Q1 sales. In those cases, we will not be able to extract Q1 right from here. So let's go ahead and look into most used date functions here. We add a new measure again. In this new measure here, let's get the year extracted. We can simply use a year function. In the year function here, we have to write a date. So date it will find here in order date. As you can see right now, when we are using year function, we do not have the option to select the measures here. The reason is there are few functions that can be used within calculating measures. However, few functions like year, month, quarter, and more, these can be used only when we are adding a calculated column. So here you will find some limitations related to context. To understand more functions, we have to look into calculated columns and calculated tables. So first we are going to add a calculated table for calendar, and then we will move forward and add calculated columns in that. We'll also understand why calendar is important to be added and how we can use multiple date functions and logical functions to create a proper calendar table. By learning that, we will cover the concept of row context and filter context too. Now, we are going to explore one of the most fundamental concepts in DAX, that is context. Understanding context is absolutely essential for writing effective DAX formulas. There are two main types of context: row context and filter context. Let's break these down. We'll see it with an example. For the example, first we'll add a calculated column. To add a calculated table, we will go to the table view. And here, let's add a calendar table. And within the table, you'll understand about row context and filter context. To add a new calculated table, currently we are at table view. In table view, we'll have table tools open here. In the table tools, we can see the types of calculations we can add. Currently, we are going to work with new table here. Once we click on new table, observe here on the right hand side, we have a calculated table icon, and here also we have a table. What we are looking for here is to create a calendar. A calendar in Power BI is a column which contains continuous date since the start to the end. This calendar table is helpful and required if you want to do any kind of time series calculations. The easy way to create your calendar table is use Calendar Auto. It's an automatic calendar. It will automatically figures out from the model wherever is the starting and the end date is. Currently we have one Excel sheet, so we are good with it. We can simply open and close. We don't require to add anything inside the syntax argument, as fiscal year month we can see is optional because it is in the square brackets. It can automatically pick up from the data model or imported data that we have here. As we can see, we have this calendar table here. The column is added, that is date column. This date column, let's select the date column here. Column tools will open up a new tab. This is not date and time. We are only looking for date here. There is no time component within it. And the format is a small date format, and we are good with that. Now let's talk about the context. Row context. Row context is essentially the DAX's awareness of the current row when evaluating a formula. It's automatically created when we work with calculated columns. For example, currently we have date. We want to go ahead and extract year, month, quarter out of this date column. So we will go ahead and add a new column here. And in this new column, see, a new column is added. So we want to go ahead and extract year. To extract the year, the function is year. In the year where our date is, in the calendar table date, so we can find it calendar table and date. With Power BI, we have to give the entire address, entire location of where the column is. So we are telling table name and then the column name here. This formula is evaluated for each row individually. So if we are asking it to extract month, it will go ahead and extract month from individual column, individual row here. So we can add one more column here, and we can ask to get the month here. So the month calendar table here. We will have the month number. Now if we need quarter, we can add a new column again and get the quarter here. we get the date again. From the date, extract the quarter. And both the cases, it is going to be numbers. As you can see, it is January, quarter is 1. So this year is always seen as calendar quarter. If you want to see the month name, we'll again write one more calculated column again in the row context, because it will evaluate for individual row, where we want to go ahead and look for a month name. For the month name here, we will go ahead and use the custom formatting, that is the format option. It is parallel to text function in Excel. In format function, we will give the value and format it. To extract the month name, we will use the function format. Format function helps us to custom the format of any given numerical value. And this value converts any value to a specified number format. So for example, we are getting the calendar date here, comma, the format we are looking for is month. So we can ask it to extract month. We will write M 4 times there and the month will be extracted. Next is local name. So we are not looking for that right now. And we close the bracket. This is not as per local or time zone. We simply want the month out here. So we don't need it right now. And this is format. This is month name. Every column that we have added, it is based on row context. It is calculated for individual row. Notice how it calculates for individual transaction. This is row context in action. Next is filter context. To understand the filter context here, let's go back to the report view. In the report view, let's calculate total profit. So the filter context, on the other hand, is about which subset of data is being considered for a calculation. It's created by filters applied to visuals, slicers applied on your report, relationship between the tables, filter arguments in DAX functions. Filter context is crucial for measures which don't have an inherent row context like calculated columns do. Let's see filter context in action with a measure. So let's add a measure here. Measures work on filter context. Let's calculate total profit. To calculate the total profit here, we use sum and we ask it to get the profit from the data. When you place this measure in a visual, for example, showing profits by region, when we place this measure in a visual showing profits by region, the filter context for each region determines which rows of the profit columns are summed. If we click on West region, in the slicer, the filter context changes and our measure recalculates to show only average days to deliver in West, sum of quantity or total quantity only in the region West. Similarly here also, we can see it will show only region West. This is the default filter context. This filter context can be modified within the DAX measures by using calculate functions. The calculate function is one of the most powerful functions in DAX because it allows you to modify the filter context within the formula. This is how the calculate function syntax looks like. As we can see here, calculate function evaluates an expression in a context modified by filters. If you look at the syntax here, it says that first you give the expression and then the filters are applied. So for example, we want to calculate the profit only for certain category of product. So let's see here, certain category of product, we have hatchback, MPV, sedan, and SUV. So let's calculate the profit only for SUV. To do that, we'll add a quick measure here. I'm naming this as SUV profit. And here we use calculate. And calculate, we are simply asking them to calculate the total profit. So here I'm using total profit. You can also go ahead and write sum of profit. In both the cases, it will go back and re-execute that particular tax. Now here, we will go ahead and give a filter. A simple filter will be that go to auto sales category, which should be equals to SUV. This is the SUV profit here. See the difference? If we add the cards here, this is our total profit from all the regions and categories. This here is SUV profit, only profit that we have gained from SUV. This overrides any existing filter context within the specified filter. So if I go ahead and select Central, for example, here, you can see SUV profit gets impacted by the outside filter right here. Context transition is what happens when row context gets transformed into filter context. This occurs when you use an aggregation function inside a calculated column or when you use a calculate formula here. For example, if you want to calculate what percentage of SUV profit contributes to the total profit. In this case, context transition will happen. If we click on new measure, and we will see it here. So we want to find profit contribution. We want to find profit contribution percentage of SUV. So here, we'll get our SUV profit that we need to divide it by. So we can use divide function here. SUV profit is numerator. And denominator here, now we want total profit. So now we will write calculate here. Reason, we don't want this denominator to change or get filtered out because of slicers or simple selection of Central, East and North here, because this total profit changes when we select anything from out here. We want it fixed. So SUV profit is going to be fixed. It is from SUV. In the calculate here, we want to fix the total profit value. So we type calculate and we need total profit here. And here we use all function. This all function returns all the rows in a table or all the values in a column, ignoring any outside or even inside filters. Inside all function, we'll ask it to keep the entire auto sales data intact and not to get this particular total profit impacted by any outside or inside filter. Here, the all function removes all the filters from the sales table, giving us total profit across all the product. Let's see. Let's implement this to see which product contribute most to our overall profit. I'm going to add a card here, multi-row card, and let's see the profit percentage here. Let's convert into percentage too. So it is in general format right now. Now it's percentage. See. So the SUV contribution here is 25%. If I convert this into a simple table right now, maybe we want to see in front of category, you'll find that it is only giving us the SUV percentage here. It doesn't understand this at all, meaning this is a fixed percentage answer that we get. However, if we go ahead and add fuel type and we don't see the category here, now we'll have a correct percentage right there. So while calculating this here, it is able to hold on to the total profit calculation right there. So this is your profit contribution as per the fuel type. And see here, this is not 100%, this is 24%. That is only for the USV. That is only for the SUV. The same can be applied to calculate profit contribution for each product. I'll copy this here and let's create a new measure. Now we want profit contribution for all product here. Or let's say each product here. So now here we do not have SUV profit here. Instead of that, we will ask it to get the profit. And now here we are asking it to fix the profit right there. This total profit always gets filtered out. However, the second total profit, which is used within the calculate function and with the all function, this is going to be fixed in the output. When we calculate it like this, and now if we go ahead and create another visualization where we want to see each category contribution and profit. Let's convert this into percentage. You'll find the percentages right here, which amounts to 100%. If we go ahead and simply put total profit here and calculate the percentage from here by utilizing this, we still get the same answer. However, when the outside filter is applied, see the difference. If I'm filtering right now with the central, which is the interaction right now, if we are selecting central here, now we know that in the central, the all over contribution of these is 7.32% within central out of the entire profit. However, here we see 16% for hatchback and likewise. Reason? This particular profit contribution is coming always from the fixed total profit of 601.78, entire total profit. So these look same, but this profit contribution cannot be impacted from the outside or inside filters here. Now that we understand the context, let's explore some advanced DAX functions that leverage these concepts. In this session, we will analyze auto sales dataset by using Power BI Desktop. Continuing from the previous topic, we have an understanding of context in Power BI DAX. Moving forward from here, we will guide you through every step from connecting to the data, exploring the data model, defining key metrics, using advanced DAX formulas like time intelligence, forecasting, dynamic titles, etc., to building rich reports and dashboards. By the end, you will have a solid hands-on understanding of how to turn raw auto sales data into actionable insight with professional visualizations. Throughout the tutorial, feel free to pause and try each step yourself. We will also provide explanations for the main concepts and formulas. Let's get started. Open your Power BI Desktop. We can go to Get Data and click on Excel workbook here or here. Browse and find auto sales data. Click Open. In the navigator preview, select the table, the sheet 1, and click on Load. Power BI will import the data and display it in Fields pane on the right. This creates a new table in your data model. At this point, check that order date, and delivery date columns are recognized as date or time types. Under the column tools, this is the date. And numeric columns like cost to company, profit, quantity, revenue are numeric. Let's go to Power Query to adjust the types. To go to Power Query, go to Home tab and click on Transform Data here. This redirects us to Power Query Editor. This dataset now serves as our fact table of auto sales record. We can check the data types right here. From decimal number, fixed decimal, whole numbers to date, time, and the binary too. These numerical value can be converted into fixed decimal number, that is currency. We always add a new step. From here, we will go ahead and first rename from sheet 1. So let's rename this as sales. Let's close and apply. It will close the Power Query and load the data into Power BI. The dataset now serves as our fact table of auto sales records. In a more complex model, we might split this into fact and dimension tables. For example, separate tables for date, product, and dealers, and separate table for numerical variables like order date, orders, profit, quantity, revenue, traffic. But for now, we have one table containing orders, customer information, sales figures, and so on. After loading, notice that our data model currently has a single table. In a robust BI solution, we often create separate dimension tables. For example, we could extract a unique date table from order date column, or separate tables for region, dealership, product, and customer. Creating a proper date dimension and marking it as a date table is important for time intelligence calculations. In fact, Power BI and the DAX engine requires you to mark one table as a date table to get correct results for time intelligence functions. For example, you could duplicate the order date field into a new table of unique dates. And under Table Tools menu, use Mark as Date Table. We'll assume a proper date table is in the place. This date table we are referring to is the calendar that we have created in the last few steps. So let's go ahead and see another way to create a calendar. So we'll go to the table view. In table view, we click on the new table. This is our date table, or we can also call this as calendar table. And we ask for automatic calendar again. We will select this column and convert this into date. Now this is a separate table altogether. We'll go back to data model and we make sure that this data table is connected to order date in sales data. So we are making sure that this table is connected to order date here with the help of common column. Once the relationship is created, observe that the cardinality is 1 to many, meaning date here and date table are unique. However, order date here is repeated, since multiple customers can place multiple orders on the same date. However, this creates a unique list of continuous dates. Now let's go ahead and mark this as a date table. We'll go ahead and we mark this as a date table. We'll click on the 3 dots or epsilon right here. And from here itself, we can mark as date table. We'll switch this on. We choose the column date. It is validated here. Let's read everyone. The built-in date table that are already associated with this table, that is the order date, it will be removed. Meaning, now we cannot use order date within visualization. We have to use this date table only. since it is going to be continuous date. Look at the icon will change like an ID rather than having a calendar like this. Meaning now this is a continuous date. As before, we can go ahead and keep on adding year, month, quarter here. That is going to be our row context calculation right there. Let's see a new way to create a calendar table. As usual, we'll go ahead and click on new table. This time, we are going to name it dates. Remember that Power BI DAX is a functional language. It has its own way to write. We can move to the next line here with Shift and Enter. Now, when we say it's a functional language, meaning we have to give indents, we have to open parenthesis, close parenthesis, add its places. It has a structure and format to type. Although it is used as a guideline, and since we are beginners, we might not have a full knowledge of how to write it. In that case, there are multiple websites that can help us to reformat the Power BI DAX. For now, what we are attempting to do is we are trying to add a new table. In that new table, we want to first need a first column where we have calendar. Now in that, we have added the entire calendar date, meaning a continuous date without any gaps. Then we want to add year column, month column, and likewise. To do that, we will start with add columns. Now add columns here returns an entire table with multiple columns at once. So we don't have to add individual new column every time we want to add something new. So now we'll go ahead and type the entire code to get the full calendar table. This is add columns. Add columns is asking here what will be your table. The table here will be our calendar auto. That is automatic calendar here. I will take this to the next line too. Indent is automatically there. Now within the syntax, it is asking us the name there. If you read the syntax, it is asking name of the column there. So we will say the column name is year. Now the expression, meaning the formula, should be year, and it should go ahead and get the date. Now how do we define that date there? So it is going to be dates. Here is the date column right there. Close the parenthesis, comma. We need month. So we're getting month number. The function is month here. And here we have date. Likewise, with Shift and Enter, we will move towards the next line, and we can keep working with new columns right here. Now we don't have to add columns every time and write them separately. It saves us so much time. Editing is easier. We don't have to work with individual columns anymore. Adding, deleting, and managing your columns becomes easier. These are the exact same functions we have already applied before. Now, as and when required, we can go ahead and add more columns in here. Currently, I am adding some basic columns here. Let's see an example, then we'll keep on adding the columns. And see, here we are. In a similar manner, we can also go ahead and add the quarter name for year. So here, let's see, we have 2024 quarter 3. So we are utilizing our format function again. We are extracting year, then we are concatenating it with quarter here. So likewise, we can move forward and add more columns in here. Now once we have our date, that is our calendar table, and the sales data here, first we will make sure that our date column here is marked as date table, so that it is recognized as a date table here. We'll also make sure that in the data model here, this date is connected with order date to determine the relationship properly. And now order date will not be used for visualization purposes. Now we will use the date always from the dates table. Now let's move forward and understand DAX. Now we create key performance indicators as measures. You will go to Report View. You will go to Modeling tab and click on New Measure. In this new measure here, let's define few KPIs here. First, we have revenue. So the first measure here will be total sales. We'll sum the revenue. This sums the revenue field across all records. Let's add one new measure. Units sold. This sums up total number of cars sold. Make sure your home table is sales data, meaning the formulas are getting saved within the sales data only. Our data has a profit column. So we right click and enter new measure. To illustrate, we can write gross profit here. So let's calculate gross profit. We do have cost of company. So let's figure out the sum of profit deducted by sum of cost to company. This follows the example of a profit measure as an aggregate difference. We'll add a new measure in sales data. Since we have a difference, gross profit, let's find out profit margin percentage here. We define the profit margin percentage by dividing the entire profit by revenue. This will compute the profit as a percentage of revenue, avoiding divide by zero errors with the help of divide function. In divide function, numerator is sum of revenue. Denominator will be revenue. The numerator is going to be the profit. Denominator is going to be revenue. Sum of revenue. Alternate result, even if we leave it alone, it will be 0. Divide function helps us to avoid divide by 0 errors. Now we can move forward and create visuals here. We can go ahead and figure out, let's see, total sales by individual region. We can choose to create simple bar graphs too. So first, let's figure out a simple table for region-wise total sales. We can convert this into a simple column chart. You can keep this column chart. This is region by total sales. You can go to the format. We can switch on the data labels right here. Currently data labels are in billions. We can choose them to keep it at the outside end. In the values, let's fix the units at million. We'll select the theme later. For now, we'll keep our chart right there. Next, let's see product Y sales. We'll add the table again. So this is product and total sales. Now we have got multiple product here. The best here is the bar chart. Let's keep it right there. Again, we can switch on the data labels right here. We will fix the data label values at millions. We can make it bold to make the color appear here. Let's decide the decimal values to be 0. Let's give a background color right now so that it is the charts are easily visible. Now let's see dealer wise. This is our dealership name and total sales. Here we can create a bar chart again. That's total sales by dealership here. As usual, we'll go ahead and switch on the labels. And we fix our labels with display units millions. Now, let's move on and see some time series calculations. To use the time intelligence functions, we have to make sure that our date is marked as table. Let's see few examples. We'll make sure we are clicking on new measure again. A new measure here. First, let's figure out what is the sales YTD, that is year to date. For year to date, month to date, quarter to date sales, use DAX time intelligence functions like YTD, MTD, and QTD. Time intelligence in Power BI uses special DAX functions to compare and accumulate over dates. These let us easily compute year to date, month to date, quarter to date, year over year changes. For example, YTD here total YTD here begins on first day of the year, ends with the last date column after applying specified filters. Can sum the revenue from the start of the year to the current context. Dates we are looking for is from the dates table right here. Before these will work correctly, ensure your model has a designated date table as we have created just now. Next, for month to date and quarter to date, we will follow the similar time intelligence functions like these. So we're creating a new measure here. Let's see the sales month till date. We have total, MTD, and sum the revenue. Same will be followed with sales QTD. Let's also compare last year's sales versus current year sales. For previous period comparisons, we can use functions like same period last year, date add functions, parallel period, or previous year, current year, or previous quarter, previous month here. So let's use the very famous function, same period last year. This is last year versus current year sales. We use the calculate function. In the calculate function, we are going to ask that go ahead and give us total sales, calculate total sales based on following filter. The filter we will give with same period last year. It is going to go ahead to the sales data. It connects with the calendar table and it will return the set of dates in the current selection from the previous year. So the current year is 2025. It will go ahead and select the 2024. If the current year is 24, it will go back and filter out your table by 23. If you're in current quarter, let's say you're currently at quarter 1, then quarter 1 of 2025, then it will go back and select the quarter 4 of 2024. It is not specified with whether it is an year, month, or quarter as we have seen so far. Same period last year, it will simply go ahead and select the entire rows based on that particular period. It can be year, quarter, month, or weeks. Here, we will simply ask it to filter down the dates column right there. This is last year versus sales. So let's see in the next page here. I'm adding a multi-row card for now. And this card here, let's look at. Let's add a table here. In this table here, first let's go ahead and get our year and month name here. So we have 2 year and month here. Observe that month is not in the sequence as we would think. Month is in the alphabetical sequence, and that's not what we expect, right? So we go back to table view and we'll select month name. Highlight month name here and ask it to sort by month number. When you go back, you will see now that it is properly designated. The sorting is fine. Now let's add the calculations we have done so far. This is sales year till date. This is quarter till date. This is month till date. As you can see, this is January, February, December. So the numbers you will find are absolutely different. This is yearly, quarterly, and monthly. Now let's compare last year sales with current year sales. For that, we add one more table. Here, we are going to add year first. And let's add last year versus current year. What we see here is just 2025 sales. Let's add month name. Let's add quarter for now. Now let's see here, this is last year sales right here. Whatever sales we are looking at is from the last year. I would like you to compare this year. This is 2025 quarter 1. And look here, this is 2024 quarter 1. What we are actually looking at right now is 24 number right here. What we here have is last year sales. Let's bring this year sales here and immediately you'll see the difference. This is this year sales and this is the last year sales. Now we can see the comparison right here. To compare last year with the current year sales, we need to create more DEX measures. This is where the KPI measures will come in force. So let's compare profit for individual year. So right now we have last year's sales with us, and this is current year sales. If you want to see how far we have went from year on year or period by period, how far we have come around here, in that case we have to go ahead and see the comparison, whether last year is greater than current year or not. First, we'll create we will create new measures here. When we click on the quick measure, a pane will open up. Here we have certain inbuilt calculations here. You can aggregate as per category. We do have filtered calculation, and here we have time intelligence function right there. We can talk about year to date, quarter to date, month to date, as we have written here. We also have an option for year over year change, quarter over quarter change, and month over month change here. Since we have seen the last year's sales, let's see how do we track quarter over quarter change. In the base value here, we are looking for profit currently. So let's bring profit here. In date, we can click on add data. This is the date right here. Number of period is 1, we are fine, and we click on add. Wait for a few seconds here, and the function is written for us. So currently, Power BI has used a statement. First is variable, that is the name of variable is previous quarter, and calculate function with date add function is giving us the total profit for the last quarter, that is -1, that is last quarter. And now it's dividing it by the total profit here. Let's go ahead and bring this percentage profit. It is formatted in percentage automatically. Let's bring this percentage profit right here in the table. And here we are. Now we can see quarter on quarter growth right here. These are few examples of time series analysis. Now let's go ahead and create some visuals. We apply the functions that we have calculated, the measures, into some visualizations. Then we'll learn about analytics and Power BI. Let's outline the report pages we will build. First, we are going to create a dashboard overview. Here, we can use card visuals for KPI visuals to highlight high-level numbers. For example, you can create a card here for total sales, another card here for total units, so this is the card visual here for total sales. Following up the same here. Giving a gross profit here. You can add it for total quantity, that is units sold. We can also use Power BI's KPI visual to show actual versus target. Here is our KPI visual. In this KPI visual here, Let's look at total sales here. As per month, as compared to last year's sales. Once it is filtered down to last year or month, you will be able to see the excess. We are fixing the display on its callout values. We can use Format Painter. With colors here, we can see whether we are above the goal target or not. The target currently that we have here is our last year's sales. Next, from this page here, we have our total sales by region, total sales by dealership, total sales by product here. We can keep all of that at dashboard overview. The theme can be set and designed later. Now within here, we will see more here, category with sales. We'll have one more chart here for region, for state and sales. State and sales can be easily changed into a map. We'll keep a small map here. In the bubble map here, we have the bubble sizes with total sales here. Let's go to the format your visual. In the bubble size here, currently it is automatic. You can ask it to use the data range right there. And we can now see it changing. You can also utilize the legend here or the color here as per the region here. That's great. Now we cannot have, now we don't need the title at all. So we can go to general here, switch off the title. We have got the legend right here. We are fine with the legend right now. We can keep it at the center. This is category by total sales. We can convert this into a donut chart. In the donut chart here, you will switch off the legends right now and we go to detailed labels. In detailed labels, we can ask you to only keep the category and percent of total right here. It is not properly visible here. We can go ahead and change the font style and font size to make it more visible. To quickly design it, we can go to view here and apply a certain thing for a quick design. From here, you are free to choose any design you need. This is all about your theme. Most of the time, this theme is provided by your organization. Currently, I am sticking with a very simple theme right there. This is our dashboard overview. Next, let's create a sales trend page here. So we'll go ahead and see the sales trend page here. In this sales trend page, let's color the background. First, we will create our line chart because we are looking for a trend here. From here, we'll add the year and month right here with year and month and total sales. Now we go to the analytics pane here in the visualizations pane. Here is the line chart. You can switch on the markers and the visuals. Since we are in the line chart, we will not be switching on the data labels. Here, we are more interested in looking at the patterns and the seasonal changes here. This is the overall total sales. Within here, we can also go ahead and add gross. We can go ahead and add here the legend. In the legend here, if we add category into the legend, we will be able to see the trend over all the three categories right here. When we go here into the lines, we select individual hatchback, for example. If you want to go ahead and give different colors to it just for the recognition, we can go ahead and actually do that from here. You can see the line right there. For hatchback, currently it is near to black. Likewise, we can go ahead and check for individual series, and if you're looking forward, we can go ahead and change the color and line here. Color of the line here. This is for individual category right here. So let's create the trend for all the three categories here. We'll add a slicer for category. Let's convert the slicer here with vertical list and single select. We are going to keep it on top of the line chart. When we do this, when we keep it on top of the line chart, we will make sure we go to format and ask it to bring to front always. So when you click here, it will still stick here. When you click, you can see individual lines right there. After this trend here, let's look for the trend of year and quarter with gross profit. For now, let's create a stacked area chart. You can see over the quarter, the sales has been going down. Here, let's add units sold into the mix. Now we can see units sold has been almost similar. Very little difference here. In the small multiples here, if we add year, we can see we do not have data for all the 4 years. We have data only for 2024. So it doesn't work. This is the quarterly trend of profit and profit margin. We can see it is going below over the time, even though total sales is currently going up. So currently we have total sales, units sold, and the profit margin. This is quarter on quarter here. And remember that this is only for the hatchback. For MPV it is going to be different, sedan it is different, SUV is different. If you want select all option here, you have to switch on the select all here. However, when you say single select, all option will not be available. If you want all option, then we have to make sure that this is just checklist, not an individual selection. In the quarterly one here, we can go ahead and switch on the data labels too. See here, data labels doesn't make much sense, it looks crowded. So if anyone wants to look at the data set, they can simply hover the cursor over there and they can easily see all the three numbers right here in the total. Let's add a separate chart for the comparison of profit margin over the fuel type. Let's bring quarter here into the legend. Now we can see in every quarter how within petrol it was lowest in the quarter 1. It went up. This is diesel and here. Let's switch the quarter and the fuel type. Easy to know now, right now. This is quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3 and quarter 4. We can see here right now. This is CNG, diesel, hybrid and petrol. Now this quarter is aggregate quarter for individual year. We do have only one year. So let me show you by adding the slicer here. If I add a slicer here for year, let me convert this into a vertical list. We see you have only 2 years, but 2025 we have absolutely no data. For 2024 here we have the data. So we are good with 2024 individual quarter right here. The numbers doesn't change. Remember that. Go to format and make sure you bring it to the front. So this here is our profit margin for petrol, diesel, hybrid and CNG auto vehicles right here. You can easily see right now if you look at CNG here. Alright, so CNG has been for quarter 1 and quarter 2, it has been the lowest. In third quarter, it was giving the highest profit margin, and fourth quarter it goes below. Similarly, we can track diesel, hybrid and petrol. Petrol definitely shows us the increasing profit margin. Next year, we'll add with performance versus targets. In performance versus target, we'll go ahead and create few more DEX measures. These DEX measures are going to help us to determine how much traffic we had, how much customer traffic we had. Out of this, how many leads we are able to extract. And then we are going to compare this with the achieved revenue, sales and profit. That is going to be performance versus targets.
Welcome aspiring business analyst. Today we are digging into some common interview questions you might face in the business analyst world. Whether you're new to this or just want to brush up, we have got your back. Being a business analyst is about thinking on your feet and talking to people. Simple as that. The question we'll chat about cover things like figuring out what a company needs and how to explain it to others. So whether you're a pro or just starting out, nailing these questions can boost your chances in a business analyst interview. So let's get started on the journey of preparation and self-discovery. So the first question we have is, how do you see yourself fit for the role of business analyst in your company? In this kind of job interview, the person asking the questions wants to see if you understand the job and if you're a good match for what the company wants. You can answer it in 2 parts. First, talk about your education and mention classes that relate to the job. Second, talk about your experience, attitude and skills that make you good fit for the job. Give examples of your past work that show the interviewer how you can help the company. Make sure to talk about the problem you faced and how you solved it. One more thing to focus on, that is the skills and the job ad mentions when you talk about your experience and abilities. Alright, now coming to the next question, which is, what according to you are the core competencies of a business analyst? So when it comes to core competencies of a business analyst, it's a key topic in many interviews. While specifics can vary between companies, there are some common essentials. Always check the job descriptions for the details tailored to a particular role. Firstly, excellent communication and negotiation skills are crucial. A business analyst needs to convey complex information effectively and work with various stakeholders. Analytical thinking, problem solving, and decision making are also vital. The ability to break down and solve problems is at the heart of what a business analyst does. Remember, when answering in an interview, emphasize the competencies you possess and can bring to a specific job. The tailored approach shows you have done your homework and you are a good fit for the role. Now, coming to the next question, which is, do you have any technical skills? Can you list your database skills or business intelligence skills? So when you're asked about your technical skills, they're basically asking about your abilities with things like databases and business intelligence. The better you are at these technical skills, the more valuable you are to the company. You don't have to be an expert in things like relational databases and SQL, but the more you know about them as a business analyst, the better. These skills are really important and a lot of companies use them. So if you have used these technologies before, make sure to tell the person interviewing you about it. You can also talk about any specific business intelligence tools you have used, and if you have worked with the system the company uses, definitely tell them. Next question on the list is, are you aware of different techniques like Moscow and SWOT? So the recruiter is asking if you know about the techniques like Moscow and SWOT. Moscow stands for must or should, could or would. It's a way to prioritize the requirements of a project by comparing each demand with others. For example, is this requirement a must-have or just a should-have? SWOT stands for strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat analysis. It's a widely used technique for resource allocation. A business analyst should be able to identify the strengths, weaknesses of a company and turn them into opportunities and threats. It's also good to know about other techniques like MOST and PESTLE to prepare for your business analyst interview. Alright, now coming to the next question, that is the fifth question. What are the various stages of a business project? Alright, so the different stages of a business or IT project are initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, and closure. First, initiation. This is where the project is defined at a broad level. It involves identifying the need or opportunity for the project and deciding whether or not to proceed with it. Then planning. In this stage, the project scope, objectives, and the course of action to achieve those objectives are outlined. Resources, timelines, and potential risks are also identified and planned for. The next is execution. This is where the actual work of the project takes place. Resources are allocated and the project plan is put into motion. Then there is monitoring. Throughout the project, progress is monitored to ensure that everything is on track. This involves tracking project performance, identifying any variances from the plan, and taking corrective action as necessary. Then there is closure. So once the project objectives have been met and the client has accepted the deliverables, the project is formally closed out and the resources are reassigned. So these are the various stages of business project. Alright, next question is, can you explain SRS and its key elements? So SRS means System or Software Requirement Specification. It's a bunch of papers that explain the features of a software, app, or system. It has different parts needed by the stakeholders and customers to satisfy the end users. The important parts of an SRS are scope of work, non-functional and functional requirements, data model, dependencies, assumptions and constraints, acceptance criteria. So this is SRS and its key elements. Alright, now coming to the seventh question on the list, which is, what is BRD and how is it different from SRS? So BRD stands for Business Requirement Documents. It's basically a formal agreement between the company and the client for creating a specific product. Now BRD is like a detailed plan of how the software should work, while SRS is a document that the business analyst creates after talking to the clients. The key difference here is that BRD is made by the business analyst after talking to the clients, while SRS is made based on technical knowledge and requirements. And SRS is actually derived from BRD. Alright, now moving on to the question number 8, which is, how can you say that a requirement is good or perfect? So when responding to the question in an interview, you can explain that a requirement is considered perfect if it aligns with a SMART criteria. This means it should be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. You can elaborate by stating that the requirement's description should be specific. All success parameters should be measurable, the necessary resources should be attainable and relevant to the project, and all conditions or elements should be revealed in timely manner. This demonstrates a clear understanding of what constitutes a good or perfect requirement. Alright, so this was about the requirement is good or perfect. Now coming to the question number 9, which is what do you understand by gap analysis and what are the types of gaps that can occur during an analysis? So when responding to the question in an interview, you can explain that gap analysis involves accessing the variances between the functionalities of an existing system and the desired system. The term gap refers to the alterations needed to achieve the intended outcome. You can then elaborate on the types of gaps that can occur during an analysis. First, profit gap. This refers to the disparity between the actual and projected profits of a company. Then, manpower gap. This represents the variance between the actual and required workforce strength within a company. Then, performance gap. This denotes the difference between anticipated and actual performances. Then there is market gap. This signifies the difference between estimated and actual sales figures. Alright, now coming to the question number 10. What strategies will you follow to design a use case? So in an interview, you can outline the following approach. First, emphasize the importance of creating concise, well-defined and accurately documented use case. Then explain the 3 key strategies or phases in designing use cases. First, user identification. Start by identifying the users and creating role profiles for each user category. Also recognize the goals associated with every role. Then use case creation. Discuss the process of structuring and creating use cases by capturing both functional and non-functional requirements. Mention the inclusion of use case diagrams and user interface details in the phase. Then review and validation. Highlight the significance of reviewing and validating the use case to ensure their accuracy and effectiveness. Alright, now coming to the question number 11, which is what is the requirement elicitation and have you ever participated in the elicitation meetings? This type of question is often asked. Alright, so it is a technique to gather information from stakeholders and users, approaches or strategies to collaborate with clients or users directly. Some requirements elicitation techniques are document analysis, interviewing, prototyping, brainstorming, workshops and observations, surveys, questionnaire, etc. You can answer the second part of the question by explaining how you have used these techniques and how they impacted your project. Alright, so this was about this question. Now coming to question number 12 on the list, which is what is the exception and alternate flow in use case diagram and how are they different from basic flow? So when responding to the question in an interview, you can explain that the basic flow depicts the required sequence of activities for a use case. This alternate flow, on the other hand, represents actions or activities that deviate from the basic flow but still lead to the achievement of the use case's goals through different steps. Lastly, the exception flow illustrates the action taken in the event of errors, leading to the failure to achieve the use case goals. It's important to emphasize that alternate and exception flows provide a comprehensive view of how the system behaves under various conditions beyond the ideal path depicted in the basic flow. So this was how they are different from basic flow. Now coming to the question number 13, which is during the development of a system, how do you manage frequently changing customers' requirements? So it is one of the most frequently asked interview questions. The first task of a business analyst is to draft a document starting the number of changes that are allowed, and after a certain point, no amendments will be accepted. It is vital to get this document signed by the user. In case the change required is accepted, make sure to note down all the change and find out their overall impact on the project. Calculate the timeline, cost and resources needed for the change. Alright, so this was about it. Now coming to question number 14 on the list, which is what is the fundamental difference between a requirement and need in business analysis perspective? Alright, so there is a fundamental difference between requirements and needs in a business analysis perspective. Requirements are specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound statements that describe what the business wants to achieve. On the other hand, needs are broader statements that describe the general problem or opportunity that the business is trying to address. In order to create effective requirements, the business analyst must understand the need of the business and then translate them into specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound requirements. Moving on to the next question now. That is question number 15. Which documents are used to capture non-functional requirements? So when responding to this question, you can explain that there are various types of documents used to capture non-functional requirements. You can mention that one type of document is a use case which is utilized to capture information about how a system should operate, and what its capabilities should be. Additionally, you can highlight the use of business requirements documents, which captures information about the business goals of a system and its intended functions. Furthermore, you can discuss the use of technical specifications to capture non-functional requirements, that these documents detail the technical aspects of a system and how it should be implemented. It's important to provide a clear and concise explanation demonstrating your understanding of these different documents types and their relevance to capturing non-functional requirements. Alright, now coming to question number 16, which is what is BPMN and what are its basic elements? Alright, so BPMN, short for Business Process Model and Notation, is a standard graphical notation used to model business processes. BPMN was created to provide a common language that both business users and technical developers could use to document and communicate business processes. The basic element of BPMN are event, an occurrence that triggers a process; gateway, a decision point in a process; then activity, a task that needs to be performed; a data object, information that is required or produced by an activity. So this was about BPMN and its basic elements. Alright, moving on to the next question, which is what is benchmarking? So benchmarking is the process of comparing the performance of a company or individual against others in the same industry. This can be done in terms of specific metrics such as profitability, productivity, or customer satisfaction. Benchmarking can also be used for broadly to compare any aspect of a business operation. The main purpose of benchmarking is to identify areas where a company can improve its performance by understanding how others in the industry are operating. A business can develop strategies to better compete. Benchmarking can also help companies keep track of their own performance over time and ensure that they are making progress towards their goals. Alright, now next interview question is what is process design? So when responding to the question like this, you can start by acknowledging that process design is indeed the creation of a process aimed at achieving specific objectives. You can then explain that it involves specifying operation conditions, raw materials, equipment, and other relevant aspects of processes. Additionally, mention that process design includes the determination of desired output levels, process flow diagrams, and other process characteristics. It's important to communicate that process design is a comprehensive approach that considers various elements to ensure the successful achievement of specific goals. Alright, so this was about process design. Alright, now coming to the next question, that is what is Agile Manifesto? So the Agile Manifesto is a set of principles of software development that emphasizes individuals and interactions over processes and tools, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, and responding to change over a following plan. So this is what Agile Manifesto is. Alright, now question number 20, that is the last question on the list, is what do you know about Kanban? So Kanban is a popular system for managing workflows and has been used in a variety of businesses and industries. It is based on the Japanese word for sign or card and was originally developed as a way to manage assembly line production in manufacturing. Kanban has since been adapted for use in other industries and has been found to be helpful in managing workflows in a variety of businesses. In recent years, it has become popular in the software development industry as a way to manage agile software development. And there you have it, a detailed exploration of the top 20 business analyst interview questions. Each question is a doorway into showcasing your skills, experiences, and problem-solving abilities. As you prepare for interviews, remember to not only memorize answers but also emphasize your communication skills and adaptability. These questions are designed to gauge your suitability for the role. So take time to reflect on your experience and consider how they align with the expectation of a business analyst.
And with that, we have come to the end of our full course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn. Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, you can check the description box below.